Okay, guys, I should be live. I'm just kind of testing out my new internet connection. I sent out a bunch of invites to people, but not sure if anybody's going to show up. Um, Not really too sure what to be discussing, but maybe if somebody joins in, we can go from there and just kind of see where it goes. I think it's working okay. Let me just send out a couple more invites here. I don't know if anybody's going to join in because it is Saturday. People have lives, unlike me. Try not to be too self-deprecating here, but such is life. Yeah, I had a bunch of issues getting my internet back up and running. It's been pretty irritating. And then on top of that, I probably have to get a new cell phone because for some reason I can't seem to get a SIM card that uses a service carrier I can use in this area. I guess that's the drawback to moving back to the middle of nowhere. But what can you do? Trying to monitor the stream here. But let's see. Refresh again. I think it's raining outside, and I have the window open. I think the drops are picking up on the stream. Let me see. I probably should have got up to close the damn window. I sent out like so many invites, and I bet you that nobody is around. Saturday night is probably a bad time to be streaming. I know I haven't posted a lot of videos this week, but I didn't really have time to sit down and record because I've been dealing with some personal issues that didn't allow me to really sit down and concentrate on stuff. I've got a couple of topics that I'm probably going to be talking about soon, but I'm not sure when exactly I'm going to make an upload. I want to try to do it ASAP, though. I don't want to let it slip too much. I want to keep my channel pretty active. Because it's something I've really enjoyed doing, and I don't want to give that up. Definitely want to keep it going. Okay, can anybody hear me okay? I feel like I'm kind of listening to the stream myself, and I feel like I sound like I'm talking through some kind of filter, which is weird because I've got the microphone set up in a good place and everything. But I think it just might be the background noise of the rain. Not exactly sure. And I can't tell if my chat is working properly or not because nothing is. Let me see if I can post in it. Testing. Well, it looks like it worked okay. I just figured out that I can make moderators in the chat room. That's kind of funny. Although I don't plan on banning anybody because it's hard enough to get anybody in here to watch or listen. Plus, doesn't really matter to me too much if somebody disagrees. It doesn't really warrant a ban, unlike some people that can't seem to hear anything but their own bullshit spouted back at them. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I might post up a short video actually. I don't know, maybe tomorrow or within the next couple of days. I don't really have anything written up yet, but the one I had in mind, I was probably going to do unscripted, which I really don't do too often anymore, just because when I choose like an article or something to concentrate on, I kind of split it up and break it down into the sections that I want to respond to, and then go at it like that. I take piece by piece and write my response out to each little thing. When I first started, though, I would just make like a couple of footnotes and then kind of go in it unscripted. But I think that you can really notice a difference in the quality of the videos from when I first started to now. Not so much on the editing aspect, but well, maybe a little bit on the editing because I used to just screen record. But my editing's still pretty minimal. Okay. If that's me watching the stream, like monitoring it myself, or if I've got somebody else hanging out in here. And apparently nobody is coming in after I sent out all my invitations, which kind of sucks because, like I said, it was like invites to around 24 people. I don't think anybody's online though. All right. Can't tell. Let me actually monitor. I haven't really checked out the Hangouts thing itself panel here just to see if all my levels are good and stuff. Wait. I'm okay. I unmuted the microphone. No, somebody just popped in and then popped out. Wish that would not. Nobody's coming in. Just bandwidth. Invite people. Yeah, I already did. Okay, try it again. One more. Hey, man, what's going on? Good to see you here. Not much, actually. Just testing a new wireless connection that I'm using. I wanted to see if it would work, and I guess it must be working if you're here and listening. But I was just kind of planning a random stream. I mean, I sent out some invites, so I don't know if anybody's going to join in, but anybody that wants to join in can call in and we'll, I don't know, we'll just discuss whatever comes up. Could be fun. I have absolutely nothing going on tonight, so that will be interesting, I think. I probably should have planned better for doing one of these, but call me Mr. Spontaneous, I guess. I just decided to come on. Did you want to join in, or because I don't know if I sent an invite out to you. I sent it to everybody on my Google Plus list, but I don't know if I had you on there. I'm looking around the internet and all I see everywhere are friggin' rainbows. I think the whole pride thing is being taken to a ridiculous extent, but that's just because every company wants their views. Oh, can you reach it from your old account? Let me see. Oh wait, I have you on Twitter, so I could probably DM you the link if I can figure out how to do that, because I have absolutely no experience with Hangouts. This is like my third time using it, I think. Okay, control panel. No, don't see it there. Don't see it there. Oh, this is turning out to be like the most interesting show ever. Screen share chat. No. I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to get the link. Yeah, I heard about the court. Let's trying to figure out how to get the damn Hangout link here so that I can invite you in. Links. Maybe that's it. Video? No. That's just if you want to embed the video, which I don't really want. Stop. No, I don't want to stop the broadcast. Let me do a quick search here. Google Hangout link. Invite link, I guess. Invite people. Okay. Add users to an ongoing call. Here we go. In the Hangout window, do one of the following. Click the icon. Enter the email addresses. Copy the meeting link and share it with the people you want to invite. Well, that's all well and good, but I have no idea where the meeting link is, and it would be very helpful if they told me. No, that's not it. How difficult can it be? This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you'd think they'd put it right out there so that it's easier. Oh wait, here we go. Share the permanent link. All right, this might be it. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna do it on Twitter. Message. Okay. And if that doesn't work, I am screwed because I don't know where else to look. Yeah, it really does. I still hate the Google integration. I wish it was just YouTube like back in the day.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, you know, just hanging out here dealing with Google stupidity.
Oh my god. I hate Google. Fuck Google so much.
Yeah, dude. Seriously.
That's legitimately the reason why I had to change my account, was because of Google's stupidity.
What happened with that?
Oh, God. I know I can get it changed, and I know how to get it changed. It's just so much bullshit. Okay, what happened was I got a new phone because my old phone was a piece of shit. Like from the get-go. I couldn't connect to the internet with it, so I got a new one. And, well, with getting a new phone, I switched carriers and everything because I was just like, screw it, I'm just going to go prepaid.
Oh, and yeah, it's so much better.
Oh, yes, it is. And I get the phone, I'm happy, and everything's going smooth until one day I go into my browser and go, you know what? I haven't done in a long time. Clear my browsing history.
Oh shit.
And so every time I do this, I forget, don't hit the cookies. So I hit the cookies, immediately try to log into, like, sign into Google because it's usually automatic. Couldn't do anything. So I can still do it on my phone,
Yeah.
but that's it.
That's terrible.
Oh, man. And it's happened to me once before, and I was able to get, they send you like this big list of just code so you can log back in with.
Yeah.
But they only send it to you once.
Oh.
And I have no idea where that's at. So somebody in
Yeah,
China.
you know, that's the thing. That's the thing with all this social media bullshit, man. There's just like so much shit to remember. I mean, I like to keep it minimal and have like I want like 2 websites max. But you know, I just miss the days when it was YouTube only.
Yeah, I guess I'm somewhat of a paranoid person because if I see something, I can't just like automatically assume that's right. So it's like even if it's somebody I trust, I'm like, well, I'm going to see if there's someplace else I can find information on that.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, because you end up not even realizing you're on Peggy Sue or something, and be like, oh man, women are getting raped everywhere. Should I fact check this? No, it's
it's
right.
yeah, it's better to just believe it. I think, right? I mean, why
Listen,
bother
really,
with facts? Yeah.
no, I think I became an atheist because I was too curious, and it's just surprising that all these people are like, "Oh, I'm just gonna believe all these stupid facts that make no sense," and I'm gonna call myself an atheist too.
Yeah, I mean,
how it's possible.
there's a lot of things that I guess I kind of just question everything. I won't say that I don't believe in anything, but I also don't think I believe in the traditional idea of things.
Yeah,
I mean, I kind of just take things as they come. I think it would be nice if there was some kind of greater purpose, but I'm not enough to say that I can believe that without question, I guess.
yeah, and I guess that's like the whole point is like you can't prove anything, so why say that there's an absolute? It's just the concept of like science and religion have butt heads on some just very basic points.
That's true. I think though that it sometimes it's more of like the opposite extremes that butt heads more than the middle ground because you know there's been plenty of Christian scientists that just have made discoveries, but
Yeah.
you know I think it's all about personal beliefs and not trying to make other people follow that. And it's also important to remember that in spite of what you believe, you know, there are things that can be proven. So if it does conflict with that, you should probably consider adjusting your thoughts. But
Yeah, I mean,
some people are unwilling to.
it makes sense that the theory behind a creator makes sense. It's just the practice of it. It's just, can you prove it? Can you show repeatable evidence? And I don't know, maybe there is some because they are able to create the exact same scenarios to create DNA
Mhm.
and actually manufacture DNA that way. But you know, that's still takes a process of billions of years to actually see results from.
That,
So,
that's kind of an interesting thing to me because
I mean, if we're
even
able
like
to create it,
yeah, even with something like cloning, I'm kind of curious as to say if they reached a point of human cloning, what would that mean? Let's just say for a moment that humans had a soul. Where would these clones get a soul? You know, I guess it's just kind of a weird.
that's also like the fact of can you kill a clone? Like even if, like can you clone somebody, kill their or clone somebody, kill their clone, and could it be a crime?
That's pretty interesting too. I mean, I guess you would have to consider them a living being.
They've done that in a movie, though, haven't they? They made
Uh I don't. The only movie that's coming to mind right now is that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, The Sixth Day.
Yeah.
That was actually a really good movie, and it has those really cheesy action one-liners. I love that.
Oh man, Arnold Schwarzenegger was so over the top. It was just awesome.
I love the scene where he's. I think it's towards the end, and there's the main villain, and he has the clone of himself, and he's like, so Arnold says something to the extent of, "You should have cloned yourself so you can go fuck yourself," and I just thought that was so ridiculous and hilarious.
Oh man, I think it's weird that it took him so long to actually do like an Expendables type of movie. Probably because they probably cost way too much to get Arnold and.
I
Sylvester
still haven't watched any of those, and I keep meaning to.
If you like just violence and explosions, you'll like it. I don't. If you don't really care too much for storyline, I mean, it's not a bad storyline,
Right.
but if it's not like I have to have a storyline to enjoy,
No,
the movie,
I think I can. I don't know. I don't really have a favorite genre. I'm more of a just movie by movie basis kind of guy.
yeah. So I think it's a good mind-numbingly action-packed movie for sure. And then you can see that guy's like cauliflowered ear, that MMA fighter guy. It's disgusting.
Okay.
It's all cartilage. It's like, is he even useful? Can they just cut that off?
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Well, that's an oppressive beauty standard, so that's dangerous thinking right there.
Hey, thinking objectively, that is an ugly looking ear. The guy could kill me in a heartbeat, but I don't think he'll disagree with me. He got paid enough money to get his ear ended up like that, so I think he'll be all right.
He'll try not to be too offended.
That's what I've noticed. It seems like the people that have the most like insecurity seem to be offended by stuff. I've even noticed it with my stuff or myself. People say stuff that offends me. I'm like, well, it's because it's like an open wound.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I tend to be like, well, I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks, but I guess for me, it's mostly when I hear things that bother me from people that I actually care about. Like somebody on the internet can say whatever the fuck they want about me, but when it comes to, when it comes to people that I care about, I actually do. I suppose I do care what they think, as much as I hate to admit that.
I think for me, I think the only real triggers, I don't mean that in like a bad way, but the only things that like get me to react is like, I guess stuff that just seems so stupid. I have to say something. I mean, I'm gonna say something to people randomly, anyways. But I mean, like anti-vaxxers and
Jeez,
stuff like that. It's just like, come on, man. Anti-vaxxers piss me off because there's some kids that can't get vaccinated.
Right? Yeah, that's true.
And it's not their fault. Like they have an autoimmune disease or something, and it puts other people at risk. I know that's like a half-assed way of saying, it does affect other people, but I don't know. I just don't think there's a reason to perpetuate like our autism. Yeah, no, bad. But then there's kids like around the world that are getting malaria and.
Well, I mean, isn't the whole autism thing just a myth anyway?
Yeah, the guy that like I don't know too much about it, but I did hear, I think from the Amazing Atheist, but the guy that even wrote it has gotten like I don't know, barred or
Yeah, I heard something like he twisted the facts basically so that it would fit whatever it was that he was trying to do. I don't know if it was for money or what.
Yeah, it was definitely agenda based, and people proved it. And then some famous actor was like, "Oh, my kids have autism because of vaccines," and then it just picked right back up, like it never stopped. And then you got today, like a lot of my friends are anti-vaxxers, and I'm just like, I know if I was to say something, you'd flip out. But,
I guess there's just no talking to some people, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, I try to keep my friends, like, they know my point of views, but most of them, like, are okay because I'm okay with their views. I wouldn't have friends that thought that we had to agree on every little thing.
Yeah.
That's just dumb.
It doesn't really make much. Life doesn't work that way. You'll always find something to disagree with.
Yeah.
And it's not the worst thing in the world either. I mean, you can't, as much as this sounds cliche, you can't really, grow or have your views challenged if you're always listening to the same thing spouted right back at you. And I'll be the first to admit that I'm rather stubborn in my views.
Well, there's no problem being stubborn as long as you have the guts to back up what you feel, not just ignore everybody.
I mean, if somebody tells me I'm absolutely wrong and they can prove that I'm absolutely wrong, I will admit that I fucked up. But
Yeah.
other than that,
But it's like, it seems like most of these is just like view based too. People get upset at like random people, like celebrities, what they say. There's like that girl that Colin, what's her name? Oh man, that girl that was calling out Adam Sandler's like movie.
Oh, I heard about that. Monday
Rose
Matt did a video on it recently. Rose McGowan or something.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
just look at her fucking IMDb page. Is like, oh look, the legless chick with the machine gun that's wearing even less than what they asked for.
What do you know exactly what the story was there? I remember I was listening to the video in like as background noise, but I don't think I completely took in the.
Well, she got like the script for a tryout in one of Adam Sandler's movies, and on the thing it just said, wear a low cut top, cleavage showing, a push up bra is recommended, and it's for a part. You're playing a character, like it's clear like they're like, this is what we're looking for, but she just put it on Twitter as like, this is how they want us to come in for our acting performance, and I might be able to look up the whole thing, but she pretty much just said, why should I have to dress up like this for a gig,
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just like, come on.
I mean, that's acting. What the fuck are you supposed to do? And I guess it just bugs me that people can't release a video game or a movie anymore without it being put under this microscope to make sure there's enough representation. I mean, what does that even mean? And nobody's going over to Japan and like looking at their media and being like, well, where the fuck are all the white people? Where are all the black people? It just doesn't work that way.
Japan is like by none the most xenophobic country on this planet.
Yeah, that was probably a poor example, but
no, I'm just saying, like, people think Japan's like this very culturally like diverse place, but it isn't. They have words that are supposed to be insulting to outsiders, like unwelcomed and stuff like that. If you go to Japan, people will pretend that they don't speak English, even though English is
it's usually like one of the most popular, the secondary languages, right?
Yeah,
I've got somebody in the chat here that has studied Japanese, so maybe he can weigh in for us.
I could be wrong. I just remember looking at a chart because I was in a multicultural, and I almost failed it, but it's a multicultural diversity class, and it was just interesting to hear like most xenophobic countries. One of the top of the list is Japan. You just wouldn't expect it, but it's also a tiny little island.
Yeah, I mean, I've often heard that, and then you go over to Kotaku and they're like, "Oh, Japan, you black-faced again," or some stupid shit like that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like, what do you expect? They don't have any real exposure to these kind of things. I mean,
but oh well, I still would like to visit Japan sometime, even though I'd be seen as an outsider.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it seems like a nice place, an interesting place, but I think it would be rough if you tried to, become a citizen or something.
Oh yeah, that would. I don't even think that would be possible.
Grasp of the language, you probably wouldn't get much respect or get very far anywhere.
Oh yeah, I've never seen a video of a guy that just randomly was like, "I'm going to Japan," and he just went from square one, like learn the language and all this stuff.
Wow, my monitor just freaked out here. I don't know what the hell's going on with this thing.
No, apparently, I got. Oh, what's up?
I don't know. I just got some notification that my driver failed, and Then it said it was recovered. I don't know what's going on. I didn't have any problems with this PC until just now.
I had an argument the other day with somebody in the YouTube comment section, and it was about Macs getting viruses.
Oh,
I was like,
jeez.
listen, it's not easier or harder to make a virus for a Mac. It's not easier or harder to hack in this context. The only reason why there was less viruses back in the 90s was because the banks, the military, all these people used PCs. So all the money to hack these was in PCs. When I was a kid, the only time I saw a Mac was at school. So I was trying to explain this to this guy, but he did not understand it. He was just like, then he would go off and like, Bill Gates did this and then that. I was like, dude, you're talking about the like moral issues of Bill Gates. Let's talk about Apple, the literal slave drivers of the tech industry. They would lock their employees in buildings and keep it locked up till like one of the factories caught on fire and killed like 40 people.
I have not heard about that, but that
was a while ago. And
wow.
Like business wise, they were really looked down upon because they wouldn't pay dividends to their employee or to their stockholders. Dividends is usually like, hey, we made a lot of money, so everyone with stock gets a little bit of a bonus, which is usually like 40 cents per stock or something, you know. So
no company of company of value puts their business on a Mac. I like that.
And it was just weird because I don't know. I heard somebody say some conspiracy stuff, like they almost started war with China, but I don't believe that. I think they just had really bad, and they were based out of the U.S., so they didn't pay taxes either. So you're paying like $5,000 for this MacBook Pro that they literally spent $10 to make.
Yeah, I've never owned an Apple product. The prices have always just been, I'm like, why am I doing this?
I built my last PC, and it's lasted me fairly good.
The one I got just towards the end of last year, it's just a cyber power PC. I found on Newegg. It's pretty damn good for so far, but I did want to build my own, but man, I was a little worried I would fuck it up somehow.
It's a headache. I'm just glad I have like some really good friends because oh man, when I went to go build my PC, I did it a little bit back in high school, but that was back in like 2005, 2004.
Okay.
Back when floppy drives were still like something that could like even get the ribbon cables and stuff like that. Now they got SATA cables. So I don't know. I remember when I was building my computer, I was just spending every day on Newegg's YouTube channel and Linus's Tech Tips, just looking at every single tutorial I could. I spent like 8 hours a week for months.
Wow.
Just to make sure I didn't mess anything up. Just before I even bought my computer. Because I was still trying to save up money for it. So. I think it also helped me out because they always kept in my mind, I'm building a computer, so I would just be like, I'm going to look up computer stuff. I bought mine off of Newegg. They had like the bare bone kits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just like the basic stuff you need just to build it, and then I bought some extra stuff on top of that. So
I was just scared to invest the money and then accidentally fry something.
Yeah, when it came to the power supply, that's what I was worried about. I just had a friend do it for me. I don't know what I was messing up on it though. For some reason, I could not hook up the power supply, and I thought it was broken. Tried to buy a different power supply, exchanged it. It still was working. Turned into one of the shops here in town, and 10 minutes later, they're like, "Yeah, we fixed it." It's like, man, I feel like a moron. $60. Oh well, at least I didn't fry anything.
Well, it sucks when you're looking for how to fix something and then somebody else does it in like 2 seconds. You're like, oh man, that should have been really obvious. But
well, it's how the Army was for me for the most part. So we go, I cannot have connection. Just plug in the antenna because gutter kicked it out. It's like, oh, it's working. Wow, you're amazing. I was like, yeah. It's pretty much everything to deal with it. Usually just a wire is knocked out or a fuse is blown.
What did you do in the Army?
I was like communications.
Oh, okay.
I worked mostly with radios.
I
Installs.
had a friend that was in the Marines. He's done with his run though.
Oh yeah, I finished mine. I already got fat. Man, I'm so I had to do the reserves for like a year, and like they wanted me to do a PT test my last day in the reserves. I didn't do anything. I did like 10 push-ups, did like 5 sit-ups. I walked a 2-mile run. It's like, look, this is my last day.
Just let me go.
You couldn't file the paperwork fast enough.
Yeah, it was crazy. My friend went into his training, and then he had a chance to come home before he left for his leave, and it was just the difference. He came to my house, and I was like, "Who the hell are you?" He lost like 50 pounds. It was nuts.
Oh yeah, man. I lost so much weight too. And then like I lost a lot of weight because I was a fat boy before I joined the Army. But like I still did sports and stuff, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I wasn't like obese, but I lost a bunch of weight, and so I was skinny, but I still looked really weird. So during my first employment, I started.
But I think you cut out a little bit there. I don't know if it was me or you though.
It might have been me.
Okay.
No, but during my first deployment, I started lifting weights a lot. Started benching like 400 pounds, get back, and then I'm like,
oh wow,
fuck, that didn't last long.
I used to just, kind of do my own exercise routine just to stay in shape, but I kind of got a bunch of medical problems going on, so I kind of fell out of that, and I'm trying to get back into it as best as I can, but I just don't think I'll ever be able to get back to the same level I was at. I mean, that could just be my pessimism, but
I don't know. For me,
when your body doesn't agree with you, it's not easy.
Yeah, like a lot of people say it's like the rolling rock thing or sitting rock, object in motion. I think that's bullshit. I mean, I have legitimate injuries now.
Yeah.
Like I have messed up knees, messed up back. Not like a lot of people, but it's still like something that's keeps you from doing a lot of things.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like you enjoy that. You didn't ask for that, and people are just like, "Oh, come on, just go on, get over it." It's like, yeah, you come over here and feel this, and then tell me you're gonna get your ass up.
I'm not 18 anymore, guy. Leave me alone.
Yeah, it's a little depressing, but you gotta go with the hand you're dealt, I guess.
I don't know. I wouldn't mind being back in the shape I was because I was engaged when I was in the Army, so I couldn't really mess around or anything.
Mm-hmm. I could probably stand to lose about 20 pounds. So that's kind of my goal. I mean, I'm not extremely overweight or anything. I was like 175 when I was at my happiest, and now I'm like 197. So I need to come down a bit.
I showed a girl a picture of me when I was in the best shape of my life. I mean, I'm not a very tall person, but I'm a little bit above average height. 5'10", 5'11". So
okay.
not insane.
Yeah, I'm like 5'9.5". So
I showed her a picture of me where I was 250 all muscle. Not 250. No, that's an exaggeration. About 200.
He-Man over here.
Yeah,
you're making me look bad.
Yeah, I was about 200, like all muscle. Like my face was all chiseled. I had my uniform on, so I couldn't really see anything. But I remember seeing her face. It was like she orgasmed. I was like, man, I need to get that moment. I was like, I need to get back into shape.
But see that right there? Men are never objectified. Nope.
Nope.
Never. Doesn't happen. Jeez.
Oh, the Army's really shitty, man. It's like you have to shave every day. I had to get a haircut once a week because my hair was so thick. I had to get a haircut on Friday, and no, I get a haircut on Sunday, and then that Friday I'd be like pushing it.
Well, I kind of commend anybody that can go through all that because I'm just not the type of person that can listen to authority figures like that, and I don't know. I think we... Oh, you got dropped. That's weird. And then there was one. I'm on my own again. Okay. Now you're back.
I was closing out the tabs.
All right.
I accidentally picked the Google Hangout tab. Okay.
See, this is why it's stupid. It should be like one window. You just work everything. I don't know.
I see that May kitten. Makitten.
Yeah. I don't know. Makiten, I guess. I guess that would be the Japanese pronunciation. Maybe I'm fucking it up. He'd have to tell me.
I'm always afraid to mess up names that I just don't automatically know because I'm always afraid that it's like some sort of like super like niche fan group and they're like, oh, God, don't you know Goku?
You know, speaking of that, I'm actually kind of excited. In the next week, next weekend, the new Dragon Ball series comes out.
That's soon.
Yeah, July 5th.
Wow.
I have no idea what it's going to be like, but I hope it's good.
Oh man, well, it's gonna be the original people, so at least it's not gonna be GT.
Yeah. From like 12 years old, that was my show. So I'm kind of interested in. I haven't watched it in years, but
Dragon Ball Z was like the multicultural. Like I knew you talk to anybody, they can say they hate anime, but if you bring up Dragon Ball Z, they'd be like, yeah, that's my shit.
The weird thing is I got into it maybe a year or two before it kind of like really took off in the US. So at first it was like, oh, what is this show? And then, a couple of kids knew. And then later on, everybody knew.
Oh, yeah. And the very first anime I ever saw, which I don't really care for at this point, was Ramen One Half.
Oh, okay. Ranma, right?
Yeah, the guy that got turned into a girl.
When he touches water or something, yeah.
Yeah. That was the very first one I ever saw, and like I guess it put like a bad taste in my mouth of what anime was, because like my friends were talking about, I was like, anime I've seen haven't been that good. Then I started getting to Cowboy Bebop.
Mm-hmm.
What was that one? I kind of like the newer Naruto Shippuden.
I've actually never. That's one I've never watched either. Yeah.
I kind of like it because it's not as childish.
Uh-huh.
For the most part. I mean, there's going to be childish stuff.
I tried to get into One Piece. The art style in the anime just it kind of drives me nuts.
See, I knew way too many fangirls that were One Piece fans, and they drove me nuts. I didn't want anything.
That'll happen.
That's the worst thing about anime is not just the girls. There's some annoying guys too, but people just take it way too seriously. It's just like it's a cartoon, man. I like SpongeBob too.
It's like the Sonic fandom.
Oh man, I mean, it was just like you're at 11. I mean, you got like a 2. Just oh man, high school was horrible.
People
in
are
that sense. All like the fannies. Let's call them fannies. So people
yeah, and now it continues from there onto the internet. You can't go into a comment section without dealing with somebody.
What's funny is seeing those girls now. I met one girl at the college that was like completely crazy, and she like completely transformed to a different person. She said, "I stopped watching anime." It's like it is anime.
It's like rehab.
I swear to God, I could not stand her at all, and now she seems somewhat normal.
I started I don't remember if it was Dragon Ball Z that was my first anime or the stuff that they used to play on the Sci-Fi Channel back when they spelled it correctly. It was like Saturday Anime or something. They had a block. I think that's where I may have seen some of my first ones.
Well, Dragon Ball Z was definitely my first one that I got into. And it was like, when's the next one coming out? When's the next one coming out?
Oh, I remember that period before Funimation started over. There was like a 2-year period of reruns, and I was like, when is this going to stop?
Oh, man, it was murder. I remember when I'd finally see a new episode of Dragon Ball Z, it would be like Christmas.
Yeah, my friend and I got really impatient, so we like imported the PlayStation 1 games, and we're like, who the hell are all these characters? And then you realize they're just like blonde versions of the characters you already know, and you're like, okay.
Oh, that's super sick.
Yeah.
Oh man, my friend he used to do reviews on anime for internet blog.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw all these like weird ones. Like I saw Noir. I don't really know too much about it. I remember he did, and I was like, this is boring. It's like a noir movie, but just anime version.
Hmm.
So I wouldn't want to watch it anyways. But you would watch stuff like that, Elven Lead, which is really fucked up anime.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've never seen it, but I did hear that it was a little bit screwed up.
Oh man, if you like blood and guts, that is definitely for you.
I'm actually not too big on that kind of. I guess it really depends.
It's definitely a mood sort of thing.
I think I can handle animated more than I can like overly violent movies. I don't know. Like if there's intestines hanging out and stuff, I admit I'm a little bit like
Since I've gotten older, I've started to be like, nah, I'd rather have like some substance. When I was a kid, I was all about it. Like, yeah,
I think I feel like, I don't know if it's just me, but I also feel like getting older and like realizing your own mortality more, you kind of like don't want to look at that shit.
I'm pretty sure, because I remember as a kid I'd be like, man, I got blown up, and now it would legitimately be like, I do not. I would click on a link, like I hope it's not something gruesome. I've watched the stupid videos of like a car wreck. I'm like, please don't show anybody like hurt.
Oh God.
Like I think I've becoming more of a mangina by the day.
Or like rotten.com. I don't know if you remember that back in the day. They had all those, like the guy that jumped out of the helicopter and hit his head on the blades.
Oh, yeah. Like, I avoided that stuff when I was a kid, for the most part, but it would still not affect me. I just didn't want to really see that sort of stuff.
Or even when you're a kid, you know, you're like, okay, I'm gonna jump over these rocks, and now you're just like, I could, but I'll probably break a leg, so better not.
Yeah, I definitely know this stuff because I work with a couple DJs. Not really work, just kind of help out a couple DJs around my area, and like they're about between 19 and 23, so they're pretty young. A little bit younger than me, and I would see them do like the stupidest things. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna sit here. Just give me a beer.
Like DJ Phil Fish.
Oh God.
Did you see that video where he's like, I don't know, he's got his hair all long, he's wearing a shirt with his own face on it? He's like DJing some event, and he's got a shirt with his own face on it. The shirt is meant to mock him, but I guess he's wearing it mockingly. I don't know. And then you got all these hipster kids in the crowd, and one of them's wearing like this gold Michael Jackson coat. It's hilarious.
It's like also like the rave scene. I don't think you'd ever want to have sex with a rave chick. I'm almost positive all of them have the clap.
Oh God.
I'm almost positive it's their criteria to be a raver.
You know what that is? That's STD shaming.
Yeah. Well, it's such a good STD. I don't want to sully its name by having it be associated with me. That's all.
Oh, okay, so you're in support. I get you.
Yeah, I'm a white knight.
Hashtag keep on clapping.
We actually had a guy go to, when I was in AIT for training for my job, we had a guy go to sick call, and we're not supposed to know why he went to sick call, but I guess he told some people that he was afraid he might have to clap.
Oh no.
Well, we were all in formation when he was walking back, so our tune guide, our PG, which is like, okay, everybody, give him a round of applause.
That sucks.
Thankfully, he didn't have it, but
I don't know. The whole quest to normalize absolutely everything just needs to come to an end.
oh man, I don't know. I think people are just stupid. I don't know. Like, I can understand disabilities. Like, don't hinder people because of disabilities, because that's not something you can control.
Right, yeah.
You know, but STDs is definitely something you can mitigate.
Right. I mean, you can be careful. I mean, and I totally understand that there's situations where you could be as careful as can be, and somebody can, screw you over because they know they got something, they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
So I feel for that. But if it's the people that are just going out there, no protection, no precautions, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I'm not gonna feel bad for you, or I'm gonna feel bad for you. It's just.
You were the one that talked about the girl that was like purposely given to you guys, right? Was
Yeah, the whole herpes thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Herpes activism or whatever.
Man, I think that's horrible. I hope that's just satire. Like, most of the stuff I just assume is satire. So
I don't know, man. She's got a whole blog. Like, I found the blog and it's bad.
I've seen so much satire on the internet. I'm pleading to humanity that satire.
Yeah, you can hope.
Humanity.
Well, I've noticed that there's one blogger that has recently been getting some attention, and people are not realizing that it's, from what I understand, it's satirical because it says so right on the website. But they're missing the point. It was like one of the articles she wrote was something about a man saved her from drowning, and now she's accusing him of rape because he touched her.
Oh, okay.
Or like Pokemon is some kind of, I don't know, it's like sexist or racist or something.
It's going out your BDSM fantasies on Pornhub Plus.
And it's actually funny to me that I saw, that she parodied a Pokemon thing, because I remember maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, I came across a post on Tumblr that was talking about how Pokemon was ableist because one of the attack names was Paralyze. Oh man, it's too much.
Yeah, it says paralyzed is an actual medical term.
Yeah, and I mean that never happens to anybody. And...
Yeah. I mean, I've never been partially paralyzed in my life. It's autistic.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I don't understand. Like, it must be so taxing and so exhausting to walk around and get offended by absolutely everything.
Oh God, it would piss me off. That's probably what it is. It's probably a paradox. They probably get pissed off because they're pissed off. Because that's happened to me. I've been pissed off because I was already pissed off, and then like it would perpetuate itself till I get laid.
It makes sense to an extent. I mean, I'm not gonna obviously no, maybe not maybe it's not rational, but that's emotions.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's probably something else to it. It can't just be I just pissed off because they said paralyzed in a video game that's for children.
I think it's I don't know. Maybe it's a cry for attention, or
I think they need to make the effect permanent.
You got your Pikachu in a wheelchair or something.
Yeah, then they'll be inclusive. Come on, man.
Representation, where it's at.
Pikachu's on surf. Oh man.
The thing is that I don't even, I don't even think it's a bad thing to have this quote unquote diversity. I just think that it's bad when you start acting like that's what matters the most.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, the common goal for everything is to be together, but to want to raise like people up or push people down to get that is just dumb.
Like
It's
the
like,
whole let's not publish white authors anymore, or
yeah,
stupid things like that.
like that's the stuff I really think is satire. But then you hear famous people like say stuff like, what's her name? Sarah Silverman that got caught up in her dumbass lie. That made me laugh.
Oh my god, the wage gap. Yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah.
Why would
It's like
she
you
need
got,
to do that?
it's like you are a woman that got the biggest opportunities ever and you were complaining about wage gaps. You are the contradiction to the wage gap. You do realize this.
That's too obvious, I guess.
I don't know. I think some, and I don't know, I think it's worse with celebrities because I feel like they don't understand what's actually going on.
No, they kind of just speak to what they observe that people want to hear, so that they get
Publicists.
their praise. Kind of like every company right now has their rainbows going.
Yeah, which I'm all right with. I was confused at first because I was like Supreme Court can't rule on marriage.
No, I mean I'm totally okay with the whole
No,
marriage thing. I'm not the person to decide whether it's right or wrong. It doesn't affect my life.
yeah,
If people, whatever makes people happy. But I think on a certain level, I mean, obviously there's certain people or companies that are using it to
yeah,
get that support. They're like, I saw Tumblr of all things. It was a post that had a quote from Hillary Clinton, something about 15, I think it was like 15 years ago. She said about how marriage should be between a man and a woman. And then below that, there's a screenshot of her social media that shows all this rainbow related stuff for her
oh,
campaign. And I'm like,
fuck
are you
Hillary.
kidding me?
Like I get people can change their political views,
Yeah, I
but
mean, I guess
I
that's
don't
true.
trust her at all. I really don't.
I mean, I guess that's true. 15 years is a long time. Maybe you could reasonably change your mind, but at the same time, it just seems.
Yeah, I get what you're saying for sure, and I don't like Hillary at all. Like I wouldn't vote for her.
I guess, I mean, to be honest, I'm not involved in the political loop enough to make a judgment on who would make the best next president. But when I see something like that, I'm just like, wow, come on.
Like I thought Obama did all right, not for the military at least. Kind of fucked up the military a little bit.
I suppose that is something that you would know about better than I would.
Well, he like well, I mean, Bush was giving money to the military, and then when Obama came in, he took away money.
Okay.
And within a couple of years of him coming into office, that we were almost like a couple times we were threatened to not get paid because they couldn't settle the defense budget. And it's like, why are we part of the defense budget? Why is our salary part of the defense budget? Shouldn't it be something else, like government employees at the very least?
Right.
So but it's just like, shouldn't that policy just be changed altogether? We're not drones anymore. We're not like, it's not like knights sitting on their little tea, trees, like sipping tea while all their farmers and stuff kill each other. You know, like we're people. Make U.S. soldiers government employees. Don't consider them defense employees or defensive assets. But to me, that's what the problem was. They could have been something else. They just couldn't like get the funding. They couldn't account for the funding. I was like, man, like I'm in the middle of Afghanistan right now, and I might not get paid.
That's not good. I'm sure that's not what you want to hear being in that situation.
No, for me it was fine because I was single and I had food coming in, so I would survive. But there's people there that had family
Right,
at
yeah.
home, and that meant that their family doesn't get food. Like,
Which is pretty
they-
amazing considering, what that person is putting at risk.
Yeah. I mean, I understand. I'm going to college for free because I was in, so that's always good. And I actually changed my major again because I was getting like cold feet for the whole business degree. So I went to psych tech.
Mhm.
I like business. I know later on I'm gonna wish I did it, but right now I want a guaranteed job, and psych tech was a guaranteed job. So
Yeah, it's not
and
not
then
easy out there.
with a guaranteed job, that means I can have money to go to do more education if I want to. You know?
Yeah, it's I mean it's good, but it's good that you're able to do it, and have it paid for. I mean, that's that's awesome considering a lot of people end up in debt.
Yeah, I know one guy. He might have left already because I'm going to the community college to get my psych tech degree. But I know a guy that's going there to transfer to a UC, and he's paying all of his community college fees and everything out of pocket, and he was going to use his GI Bill once he went to university. So
I changed my major like 50 times. I guess you don't have anything to worry about. There's
yeah, uh, I changed. I changed. I was originally going to do psych tech, and I changed to business because like psych tech just seems so dull and just guaranteed, and there's no risk. And then like a year of doing classes for business, I was like, this is really easy. I don't think this is going to pay off as well as I think it would. So I'm just going to go back to the guaranteed jobs. I went back to psych tech. I don't know. I was looking. I don't know. I didn't do a whole lot of looking up, which I think is what caused my cold feet. But I did see like the number of things you qualify to do.
right.
There was a bunch of different possibilities in it. And, it seemed
Well, I
nice.
mean, I guess the more the better at this point.
Yeah. Oh, I got told to look into rape culture for the first time a couple months ago, or about a month ago.
Look into it.
Yeah.
What is that?
This was in person. Like at the college, the girl was like, "You should really check out rape culture."
Is there
It's like,
a career in that?
well, no, we were just like, I forget what led up to the conversation, but we were just talking. It's like, oh, you should look into rape culture. You'd be really interested and find out how women feel and stuff. I was like, look, you're a friend of mine. I'm not going to call you a moron. But
I'd really dislike that term. Really dislike it.
yeah, if you define the terms rape and the terms culture, they don't go together
No.
at all. And the way they say they do doesn't make any sense at all. It's like
Yeah.
women take care of kids more than men do. Rape culture, not just the fact that courts think women are better parents than men.
Okay, I don't even know how that works. I mean, well, that's like that video that's floating around with the my family raped me or whatever. It's like everything was rape.
I didn't see that. My family raped me.
Yeah, it's I did a I think I did a video on that a while back. It was maybe a couple months ago.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Couldn't believe
I thought you were talking
that.
about like I thought you were talking about like a skit video.
It should have been. That's what it should have been.
I always hope that these are satire. Like that video I sent you. The girl's like, I want to destroy that dick.
Oh yeah.
That was hilarious. That had me laughing so hard.
The
Because at
street
first I was
harassment
like-
thing. I'm like, who talks like that? I mean, it's no wonder they were laughing. They weren't afraid. They were just like, holy shit, she's nuts.
yeah, I would have acted the same way. Oh, man, I was looking at it, I was like, oh man, another one of these videos. And-
It's hard to figure out what exactly their purpose is. I don't think they're mocking it. I think they're really trying to send that message. And then because I went to some of their other videos and it's like they had something they didn't call it mansplaining, but that was basically what they were getting at in the video. They were like, "Oh, there's these guys always send us ways to improve our videos, and I'm like,
I
welcome to the club. I mean, that's not.
I think they're satire. I honestly think that one's satire
I hope so.
because it's too funny. Like, I don't know. We're not talking about that like I'm a beta man song.
Oh God. I really don't like that guy. That guy pisses me off for some reason. The Song a Day guy. He has like the head you just want to punch.
No, there's a feminist singing group. Oh man, I wish I knew about this. Well, I looked up some stuff.
Feminist singing group.
Well, it's two women, and they're not necessarily feminist, but he's done a song with them.
Okay.
I don't really want to look them up, but like the girl in there, the singer, I have the quotations up. She only sings one note.
Okay.
The entire time. Like I was in choir for about 2 years, so I know a little bit about, Oe, Basso, all the way up. The notes that you can make with your mouth. She only knows one. The entire song is like, da 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 da. He's like, shut up! You can't sing it, and they get a lot of views. They have, like,
I don't understand it.
Oh man, I almost want.
The Song a Day guy is just annoying. I don't know why anybody likes him.
Well, you see, he knows he's good at it. I can't get mad at him about that. He's good at it. These women are legitimately bad at it. Like they were good with the instruments that they use, but just for singing, it was just, oh man, I was just like, God, my ears.
Anita Sarkeesian and the Matriarchs. That's a wonderful band name.
Oh man, I'm convinced that she's satirical too. My mind has to think that she's satirical. Anita.
Okay.
There's no way you could say that much retarded shit.
Oh, the E3 posts were so stupid.
Like I've known a couple things that she did at E3. She said something about there not being more female representation.
Yeah, there was something about that, and then basically mirroring what McIntosh said with the violence, and then they also took a photo of the badge because it had a female character from Persona 4 on it, and I guess she was improperly dressed or something. I don't know what that even means.
It was a little girl like a dress too, I believe. I don't know. It's an anime character.
Yeah.
No, but she was also taking a picture. She took a picture of a booth babe saying, "This is how."
I saw that. Yeah, you know, how the fuck? Now that pisses me off, and it kind of makes me go back a little bit on that whole situation with the photo from before, because she just did the same fucking shit, and then she's gonna complain about it. Now she kind of lost her right, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I know we had disagreement about that, but I mean, we both agree that in this sense, she fucked up.
No, she did. Definitely. I kind of, obviously, if she's going to perpetuate the same thing, I can't say anything about it anymore.
I guess there's a little way I can agree. Maybe somebody doesn't want to get pictures of them taken all the time, but you don't see pictures of her like she's a celebrity.
Yeah.
Not all the time. People aren't looking for crotch shots of her. Like
God, I hope not.
God. Well, she probably trims, and she's the female fantasy stereotype of her own, wearing female identifiers as giant ass hoop earrings and like paint brushed makeup on and everything.
But there are no gender signifiers.
It's like, how dare Miss Pac-Man wear a bow tie while I'm wearing giant ass hoop earrings and a pink plaid shirt.
Miss Pac-Man too. The like, she's a yellow circle. I mean,
I'm almost positive the story behind Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, was there was so many women fans of Pac-Man that the creator was like, look, I want to make a Miss Pac-Man just for our female fans. So the whole thing Miss Pac-Man was made was just be like, look, we just want to give something to our fans that are females.
Right.
And so just to be like, Miss Pac-Man is a bad representation of women in video games, it's horrible because it was a gift to women in general for playing Pac-Man. So you can take it or leave it, but it was still a gift. It's like saying, oh, God, I hate Christmas cards. You should give me money instead.
Yeah, I mean, it also implies that every single woman feels the same way about all these things, and it's just so stupid.
I mean, there's some things that she could probably get or like get like a pass for. Can't think of anything that's on my head. I'm just assuming you can't be wrong about everything. Yeah, just logically. But if she would just say things and just be like, look, this is how I feel. This is just me being me. I think she'd get a lot less hate, but she doesn't. She just goes, this is how it is. This is how things should change. This is how things are bad.
Yeah,
She doesn't like.
this is the patriarchy.
Yeah. For sure, Samus probably didn't need to have a bikini version of herself, even though it was 16-bit and who cares?
Yeah, I guess I just don't see it as that big of a deal. I mean,
Well, she got 160,000. I'm almost guaranteed she had to do her nonprofit thing was because she was afraid that she would have to pay taxes on the money that she already spent.
I wouldn't be surprised. I cannot believe that she got so much money for that.
Well, I can understand why, but
Well, I'm curious. I guess I'm just curious as to how she got the exposure because I feel like there are a lot of people, that come out and they put up good ideas like that, and they just don't get any attention. And here we are, and
cronyism, nepotism.
It's crazy.
Well, she was with that pyramid scheme thing for a while.
Yeah, something about like marketing or I don't know.
She must have had connections before. So I don't know. Business is all about connections, seems like. Especially with like the indie. It's like, hey, we're friends. Why don't you give me at least a 4 out of 5 stars for my graphic novel?
My
video game novel.
There's like
Choose Your Own Adventure.
Walking simulators and all that.
Yeah.
They call them, I guess.
I still have not bought Fez.
I won't buy it and I won't play it. Just because it seems like the guy's such a dick. I'm having a hard time separating that.
Oh, and do you know what happened with Destiny? Like,
Destiny. I heard something about DLC, but I have not looked into it at all.
I think the problem was they made a new DLC, Kings or something. I'll call you later. They made a new DLC, and the thing was you could buy like the Game of the Year edition, and people that just bought the game now was getting like everything cheaper and with more like emotes and stuff like that than people that bought the game at launch. So like people just did the math. It was like, hey, we bought the game at launch and we're spending way more extra money for less product. While the people that are just now buying it are getting like all this shit.
Huh.
I think that was the problem. And then I think the one of the guys just made like a really stupid comment, like people will love to buy this shit or something. He just sounded like a douchebag. And I think that's what caused everything to blow up. Maddox is...
Yeah, I had an Alpha Omega Sin video in my subscription list on this topic. I just didn't get a chance to watch it yet.
I like Alpha Omega Sin.
Yeah, I like most of his videos.
He gets a little annoying every now and then, but he definitely has a career doing this, so what do I know?
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess I don't know. Sometimes I'm kind of curious as to how some of the channels got as big as they did.
Well, there's like a lot of mistakes I see people do that is just like I'm pretty sure it's just me like sitting back and looking at it. There was a new YouTuber that I subscribed to, and a couple days ago she just put out like 20 videos at once. And like I had a discussion with her, and I told her, "Hey, you really shouldn't do this because it's annoying because it pops up in all your fans' feeds, like 20 or 10 at one time." and it's annoying to them. And on top of it, like let's say I only watch one video and look at it and go, well, I don't really care to watch the rest. That's one video out of 20 I saw. So you see my point. The algorithm just shows that I only watch 1/20th of your videos. So on the importance scale, it'll put me lower on your subscribers list as important. As for videos I watch, if I watch somebody's videos, all their videos, like they release a video like every other day or every day, and I watch all of them, that's 100% rating. And the Google and YouTube algorithms see that I watch all their videos, so it's
Right.
it's better to just have a steady, flow of videos instead of a big rush at one time. And
Yeah, I don't know. I usually make one at a time, so I don't really have a problem with that.
oh yeah, I know it's really hard. I don't think I tried to make one video at one time. It was like a Hey Scotty for the Drunken Peasants, and it was hard. It's not an easy thing to do.
No, and like my formats kind of evolved, I guess, over time. At first I was just like, oh, I'll just do the screen recorder and just kind of wing it, and now I'm trying to do a little bit more editing and kind of go point by point and actually write out my ideas beforehand, and I think it's working a little bit better for me.
Just don't do the jump cuts every second.
Oh God!
Hey guys, I'm Nuicidal. Jump cut. Did you ever catch any of his videos?
What was it now?
Onision.
Oh yeah.
Last video of his I saw was his apology video.
He had an apology. What was he apologizing to or for?
He's a complete douchebag to like everyone.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, like no one liked him. He was hated. Even his fans started to hate him, and that's hard to do with fannies. But yeah, it was just Repsion did some stuff about. Like he tried to debate Repsion, and then he did the sock puppet thing before. Like this is over a year ago. He did like he debated a sock puppet Onision, or not Onision, but he debated a sock puppet Repsion because Repsion didn't want to debate him.
Oh my God. That's just sad.
Yeah, some other stuff like he apparently was abusive to his wife and stuff like that.
I did hear something about that, which is interesting considering like the last thing I saw about him was like him speaking out for feminism and stuff. It's like, okay.
Like that's fine. The one thing that pissed me off was his vegetarian rants. It's like if you want to kill an animal, go right ahead. You're committing murder. And I was like, you don't believe that. I guarantee you don't believe that. I will put $1,000 down that if you had to kill an animal to survive, you would. He claimed that he was in the military too, which
really.
Yeah, he claimed he was in the Air Force. He got kicked out because he wouldn't shoot a rabbit. Now I'm like, that's bullshit.
What the fuck? Why?
Because I've had ranges close in the Army, the more badass ones of the Air Force, because there was horses on the range. So we weren't allowed to shoot anywhere near there because to qualify for our weapons because there was horses near the area. So I seriously doubt that he got kicked out because he refused to shoot a rabbit. I seriously doubt.
Oh my God, that just sounds so dumb. I don't even know.
To me, he sounds like the type of guy that would have pretended he was gay to get kicked out. And I guess that's probably during the time where they would have done it.
Or was he pretending? That's
well, I'm not going to judge, but I don't mind if someone's gay. But we had like 2 or 3 guys that legitimately tried to pretend to be gay so they would get kicked out.
No, I don't think it's a bad thing either. It's just I also don't think that it's something that's off limits to joke about, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely something you could joke about. But in that aspect, I'm not even making fun of the fact people are gay, just the fact that these guys had to pretend that they're something they're not. It's just dumb. We had a guy who would sit in front of the shower room and just stare at people. I was like you're gonna get your ass kicked.
Oh my god.
It's like if you were gay, you wouldn't do that.
That seems. I mean, I guess if they're a more aggressive type of person, it just seems a little weird to me. But what do I know? A lot of things are weird to me.
Yeah.
You're over in California, right?
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I'm in New York, so
I swear to God, there's something. Oh man, I love Twitter.
I resisted Twitter for the longest time. I won't lie, but then after I started YouTube and stuff, people were like, "Well, it's a good way to spread yourself around and stuff." And I don't know. I guess it has some benefits, and you can occasionally see some. It lets. I'm stuttering here, but it lets me find out about some stupid things. So I guess it's good for material. And
well, Mercedes Carrera added me or started following me. I followed her back, and so pretty much every day I could see boobs,
oh god,
like unexpected boobs, and it's amazing because I never expected it from Twitter because she's the only person that would use that sort of thing.
The interesting thing is there are probably more people on Twitter using it for that than you think. I've come across some pretty strange profiles.
Yeah, I see a lot of
there's
stuff.
There's like a ton of like camera girls that just have these profiles, and it's like what they came off a Tumblr or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about. I block most of those. See, that's something I would recommend a block bot for. Pornography. Don't want your kids to watch pornography? Block bot.
Well, but opinions that you don't agree with are much more damaging.
Well, that's up for the parent and their kids. I mean, I'm trying to justify a block bot here, okay?
No, I think that makes sense to me. I mean, that I would agree with that. Block content, you don't really. That's not age appropriate, I guess.
Yeah, I gave them a new idea. They can switch all their little things to porn, and they can sell it to parents and make $1,000 because of me. Because they would definitely see this.
This is kind of an unpopular opinion, but it won't be the first time that I've shared one of those. But I kind of feel like when it comes to the whole Gamergate situation, as much as I do support the ideas of no corruption and whatnot, I do think that there's a bit of favoritism towards certain more prominent figures involved in the movement, or whatever you want to call it. And it kind of comes off as it's like to the point where it's just as bad as people that blindly support Anita, or
Yeah, well, there's dumb people everywhere. Well, it's just like that one guy that didn't that one guy that stopped being anti, just went to neutral.
Ian Miles Chong or something.
Yeah, that's basically the difference between Gamergate and anti-Gamergate. Is anti-Gamergate, you can't be neutral about it. You have to be against it.
I've seen so many people like, there's no such thing as neutral. You're.
But people are gonna say that on both sides, anyways. Yeah. I mean, this could be assholes. I think that's the main thing people need to realize is just because someone doesn't agree with you doesn't mean they're bad people.
Yeah, I mean that's what kind of bothers me, where it's just like, you're on this side or you're on this side, and I never feel like it's that simple.
Yeah, nothing's ever black and white. Nothing. Unless you're talking about colors and drawing. Then you can talk about black and white. But if you're talking about actual social dynamics and all this crap, it's not black and white. It's way too much aspects to it. And this is what I notice about social justice warriors. Things will be black and white when it's convenient, and they'll be diverse when it's convenient.
That is very true.
It's like I am polyamorous and animal other kin and all this because it's a dynamic view. But Gamergate, no, you're either good or bad. You know, like just pick something. You can't pick and choose. I think that's the one thing people see like out from the outside that keeps them from going anti is the double think, because people aren't stupid. And I think if feminism was to like not use all that double think itself, would be a lot better.
It's I don't know, all of the labeling in society in general just kind of bugs me. Like everybody needs to go under a specific label, and I don't know.
I did that that political compass.
Oh, okay, the one that
Sargon
Stargon posted, yeah.
I'm right there next to Gandhi. Some motherfuckers. I am the fat Gandhi.
That's body representation. I mean, you know, there's
this is more of me to love. No, but I thought that was funny because I was thinking, like, I have no idea what my political views are because I'm pro gun rights. I'm against big government, but I'm also for having like programs to help people, like outsource programs, homeless shelters, stuff like that. So like I'm for a lot of stuff that does conflict, but I think the problem is that like you can't make it. You have to focus on what's truly important and like work on that at the time. But I don't know. I had no idea, but I don't even think that thing's completely accurate. Anyways, I don't think I'm anywhere near Gandhi's views.
I think people have a hard time determining what the most important things to work on are. They kind of just seems like when it comes to the whole social justice mindset, they kind of go for the low hanging fruit, like microaggressions. Come on, man. Let's just
let's break up microaggressions. Aggression, a feeling of anger towards something. Micro, minimal, unnecessary, pointless.
Yeah.
Microaggression. Let's put the words together. You got Sesame Street in. Like, I don't know. It's like microaggression to me is like if I accidentally fart on a plane and people look at me weird the whole time. Would that be the equivalent of a microaggression?
It sounds about right to me. I mean,
it's a bodily function.
the thing is, you know, it's like, what was it? Okay, example is like where they say, oh, if you ask somebody of a different ethnicity to teach you words in their language, this is a microaggression. It's like now you're not supposed to be interested in other languages and cultures, but I thought we were supposed to be, you know, open to things and
it's like
diverse. And it's like, well, how do you expect that to happen if you can't share?
Yeah, and the U.S. is a big melting pot. It's always been. So just saying that it's like going against the U.S.'s history in itself is we have a mix of everybody. We didn't call ourselves a melting pot because we weren't curious about other countries.
Yeah, and I totally acknowledge and understand though that there are people that have, you know, rude attitudes towards those things when it comes to people of, you know, foreign descent. They're like, oh, this is America, speak English and whatnot, and that's stupid as fuck.
Yeah.
But if somebody genuinely wants to learn something, that's not racist. Come on.
Yeah, a lot of people already know English anyways, because I think on this planet, English is the business language.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to conduct business like internationally, you will know people that know English for the most part. But yeah, it's dumb. Plus, U.S. is like the worst at second languages. Like how many people? Like we need more people that know other languages in the U.S. Like seriously. I mean, I don't agree with like a whole lot of it, but we definitely need some diversity. It won't hurt.
No, I don't think it's a bad thing. I just think that people's attitudes on how it should happen is a bad thing.
I'm just want everything to be like Star Trek as soon as possible.
Somebody was talking about that yesterday in one of my video comment sections. I think it was the one about the Sunset game. They were saying like, "Oh, money, they should do the Star Trek system." Which, to be honest, I'm not exactly familiar with. I'm not really.
I I don't really know much about Star Trek and their
Yeah, neither
financial
do
stuff,
I.
but it seems like it's a somewhat communist society because I don't think they have money. Because I remember I think it was the Next Generation where they talked about will be done away with money and stuff like that, so they just do trades for
Right.
stuff when they're out and about. So I don't really know how it works. It's supposed like I know that like it's supposed to kind of be like a utopia, but not quite. I guess I don't know if it was perfect, they wouldn't have had Voyager either because Voyager was about them getting the Maquis because they're rebelling against Starfleet.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's like with Star Wars, it seemed like they like focus more on alien life, so it was easier to be cooperative with each other. I guess.
Right. I guess I'm not even sure that I really think that. I mean, while we can work to improve and strive to improve, I don't really think there's ever going to be a time when like hateful attitudes are completely abolished. Like it's just too much of human nature to hate each other based on inconsequential differences.
I think even in Star Trek, they had to change the Klingon because the original Klingons were in blackface.
Oh God.
And in the Next Generation, they had a funny thing with Worf. He was the Klingon on Enterprise, and you see because apparently what happened was they actually have it in lore where a genetic defect with the Klingon altered them and gave them the ridges on their face and not the black face. So you
Okay.
actually see some of the original Klingon in the Next Generation, and like Riker goes to Worf and is like, "So who are they?" He's like, "I don't want to talk about it."
He always reminded me of, if anything, the freaking cavemen from the Geico commercials. Or was it the Geico commercials? I don't even remember.
Yeah. So easy a kid man can do it.
Yeah.
They had a lot of mascots.
Oh my God! And then they tried to do like a sitcom with the cavemen.
I never watched that.
I never watched it either, but I thought that was like the breaking point.
Well, they had the caveman, and they had the gecko, and now they have like the pig guy and the camel hump day.
I really like
pretty good ones.
Yeah, I don't like commercials that much in general, but I really liked the caveman commercial where they had I think they were going bowling or something, but there was this part with like a Three Doors Down song in it or something. I just thought that was hilarious for some reason.
Well, it's definitely a plus when you're fast forwarding and actually fast forwarding a show and actually see a commercial you enjoy and actually think is funny.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think those commercials, whoever came up with those ideas, should be rich. If they come up with a commercial that I actually enjoy and look forward to seeing another iteration of that, I think they deserve some money. Because
I don't even know if I can link it in the chat. I bet I can't because YouTube streaming is stupid about that. Let me see. Nope.
I'd be careful because V got DMCA'd and Sargon did like just last week.
Oh, what was that for?
Oh, the I think both was HBO. I think
one was John Oliver. Yeah, okay, I remember seeing that.
And then the other one was the other guy, Jon Stewart.
Jeez.
Yeah, Jon Stewart. With the shooting thing. I don't know. HBO is really dumb. It's like, come on, man. I guess they're trying to do the whole mobile thing now, so they might be a little sensitive about that.
Oh.
They're trying to go in. They're trying to move over to internet-based streaming and stuff. 'Cause, like, I don't know. I think those commercials, whoever came up with those ideas, should be rich. If they come up with a commercial that I actually enjoy and actually think is funny, I think they deserve some money. 'Cause, like, I don't know. I think those commercials,
I don't know what is going on with this damn monitor. It keeps like blacking out and saying that the display driver stopped responding. I don't even know what the hell that means.
Why would you need a display driver for a monitor?
Yeah, that's. I don't know.
Hey.
It's an NVIDIA notification, and I'm not sure what's causing it. I've never had that problem.
Let me get something to drink real quick, all right?
No problem.
I'm right back.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do interesting stuff, like trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with my monitor driver here. Apparently it needs an update or something. Maybe that's what's causing the problem. Fun times. Let's see what else we got going on. Anything interesting? I see a lot of people on Twitter posting about this. I don't know how to pronounce his name exactly. Tariq or something. He's a journalist, gaming journalist, apparently. I don't know what he's done, but they have a hashtag I stand with Tariq, and I think it has to do with something about him calling The Witcher racist or something, if I'm not mistaken. I will admit that I'm not sure how I feel about this, because on one hand, they're saying, well, video games are fantasy, so you can include anything you want. But then on the other hand, they're using the defense that it's not racist is, oh, it's based on this specific lore. And while I understand that, and I by no means do I think the game is racist, because that's silly, it does sort of seem like a weak defense to say that when it's a fantasy game and you could their lore, but perhaps maybe they should word it a little bit better. There's a big photo of Mr. Popo too. That's funny, considering the complaints I've heard about him. He's not progressive enough, so on Kanzenshu they had to censor him.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey, I was just talking about. I saw this the hashtag I stand with Tariq, or I don't know how to say his name. He's that journalist that said The Witcher was racist.
Well, it is. The white guy? Why do I always have to play as a white guy, huh?
Well, I was just talking about how they say, you know, on one hand, they're like, well, it's following this specific lore, so, and it takes place in that kind of setting, so that kind of explains why there's no quote-unquote people of color. But then on the other, you know, you do see the defense where people say, oh, okay, video games are fantasy and they can include whatever you want. So it's like, I understand what they're saying, but it also conflicts in a sense. And I'm not saying that it's racist. I don't think it is.
Well, I wrote a stupid comment on ThinkGeek because they had plus sizes for women.
Okay.
And I was like, so why don't you guys have any plus sizes for men?
Uh-oh. Did you get bitched at for bringing that up?
I only had like one girl say something. She's like, the men have X or triple XL sizes. That's a big size, and like all this stuff. I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go make sure this is right. So I clicked on a male shirt and I clicked on a female shirt. Both shirts. One of the female shirts, I think, went up to 4XL. And then the man shirt went up to 3XL, like you said. And like I wrote her back, I was like, you know you're wrong, right? And she said like, a men's extra large is equivalent to a men or woman's small. And I was like, there's a reason, because they don't make clothes just randomly. They make clothes based off a demographic. They make sizes based off the average size of people,
Mm-hmm.
because that's how they make money. And duh. So, so I was like she finished it off saying the exclusion of some people is something like she's like, just because there isn't like plus sizes for men doesn't mean men aren't represented. I was like,
Oh, so what are they supposed to wear then? The
I
women's
was like,
clothing?
yeah, I was like, are you retarded? You know the reason for big and tall is because some guys are big and tall. Have you ever seen a fat guy in a shirt that obviously he's not supposed to wear? Is like, you've ever seen fat guys with their bellies hanging out? They don't wear that because they think it's cool. They wear that because that's the only thing they can find that fits. You know, so the big and tall, they make their clothes longer as well as bigger, so that the flaws of, you know, clothes that are made for smaller men doesn't affect them as much. That's why my dad and a lot of my family members have to go to big and tall stores
Mm-hmm.
because of that, to get like clothes that actually fit right.
Well, the thing is, I don't understand why anybody would take issue with what you said. I mean, it's a legitimate question. I mean, should you not be able to wear a certain type of clothing just because males have plus size representation from other companies? That's so stupid.
You know, I don't really care. You know, it's just like, I have family members. I can't buy anything for my dad at the store because my dad's too tall. Like, you know, I couldn't buy any shirts for him. My dad's just too tall, and he has a size 15 shoe. Like, I caught the bad genetics in my family not being as tall, so I couldn't buy like a Father's Day shirt for my dad or something like that. I was just like, this is just my point. Like, come on, if you're gonna go one step, just do the whole step. I'm not telling you to do a big like change. You already made one step, just make the other step. You know?
Yeah.
So that's my whole point. Like, I wouldn't care either way. It's not gonna bug me. It's not gonna affect my life. Because I just go to Walmart because they got clothes for fat people. That's their market right there. But yeah, and that's what I think a lot of people don't realize is, if you're not happy with the way somebody's doing something, there's somebody that will do it the way you like it. Like, if you don't like Hot Topic, there's Spencer's.
Right.
You don't like Chick-fil-A because they're anti, you know, gay, and they're anti, you know, whatever. You don't have to eat there.
Nope.
You can go to like McDonald's or somebody else, KFC.
Oh, speaking of that, the thing that really bugged me was the pizza place that they said they didn't want to cater a gay wedding or something.
Yeah.
And then they ended up getting like all those bad reviews and the gay porn all over it and stuff. It's like, come on, that's so petty, you know? I mean, there's millions of other places you could go to that will support you. Why bother to destroy the one place that won't? And I know it's not just one, but I'm just saying in this circumstance.
Oh yeah. I mean, you don't have to tax with it, but did that say, was you say a pizza place or the cake place?
I think it was pizza. Yeah, let me see. Yeah.
Well, I know there's a cake place that
It was in Indiana, and I heard about this. Yeah,
but they made a lot of money from like random people. Like, they got a lot of donations because
Yep.
they would, like,
yeah. The pizza place supposedly took in like 840,000 in donations.
Who was pizza from? I didn't know.
I don't know. I don't even know. Oh, it wasn't even. It was like a bait kind of thing. An interviewer from a news station went in there and specifically asked that question. It's not like they openly said, "Oh, we won't support your gay wedding." This guy went in there and, you know, made it his business to do that.
So they might have even been like, "We don't feel comfortable doing weddings." Period.
Right. I mean,
I would have to look at it though. But if I was a pizza place, I wouldn't want to do a wedding. Hell no. I mean, I would if the price was right.
I mean, I don't even know that many people that think pizza is a wedding food, you know? Like, what? Since when did that happen? I thought it was more traditionally just like the fancier sit-down dinners and stuff, but what do I know?
Well, the last couple weddings I've been to, they didn't have alcohol, and that's like the worst thing ever. I was like, when I was growing up, I always heard that weddings had open bars. So I
Mhm.
go to my first wedding, and there was no alcohol at all. And I'm like, okay, well, it was the chick that was really uptight. So sure,
I guess I fall on the uptight side as well because I'm not really a drinker, and that's if I threw an event, I probably wouldn't think to do that either, just because like you know, while I understand it's something other people do, it's I guess it's not something I would invest in. But yeah,
uh, uh,
I don't see any. I haven't come across anything else really interesting.
sorry, a friend of mine just posted that he's having a party this Tuesday.
Tuesday, that's a bit of a
It works for me because I have Wednesdays off.
okay.
Uh,
Nothing to do tonight though, huh?
no. Well, I had a family reunion today.
Oh, okay. Me, I'm suffering from not having a life, so that's
Basically, me too. I just started doing the whole. I'm gonna start doing things more often when I start college. So I was working for a company called Regis, and oh my god, don't ever. They're nationwide, so you've probably seen them before, but don't ever work
possible.
for 'em. They do inventories for like Target and Macy's and all that,
Hmm.
department stores and every department stores, clothing stores, all of them. And it's just such a shitty place to work for. Oh man, don't ever. It's like a trap. Like most of my money, I would drive like 30, 40 miles out one way to work 2 hours and come home. That's it. 2 hours of work for like I've already spent like I don't know. I already spent like most of my money in gas because I had a giant ass truck at the time too.
What kind of place is it anyway?
It's an inventory. Like they do inventories, so we go to different stores
Oh, okay.
around the area, around our district. It just sucks. It wasn't too bad when I first got there, but we got new management and they kept on moving. Like it kept on like changing the distances that we were supposed to get travel pay for,
Hmm.
and they kept on changing policies. And I was like, this stuff should not be able to change this quickly. For policies about us getting a fair wage. Like people complain about Walmart and all that. And I was like, look, I literally work to pay for gas. Walmart's not the only corporate. They're just the biggest. They're not the most extreme. They're just the biggest. They have the most people. You know,
Right.
those companies are definitely a lot worse than McDonald's and Walmart. I just think people focus on those places because they have majority of the people, and it would help. But Regis was, I think, definitely worse than Walmart because not only am I not making a living wage, I was also wasting all my gas getting to making nothing.
Well, that's the. I mean, I'm sure they paid a little bit better than minimum wage, but it's interesting to me that minimum wage doesn't allow you really to survive. I mean, I guess it depends where you live, but
Well,
it just seems to me like so many people that don't have the proper education to get a better job or something, or the opportunity, and they're struggling from week to week.
well, I think definitely with like the recession that we had, it definitely wasn't. For a lot of people, it wasn't their fault. A lot of people got screwed over, and it, the Walmart and all that really, I felt took advantage of people's desperate situations, and companies like Regis because people needed work. And they're like, "We'll take anybody, just don't complain about how you're getting paid." I know. Was it Walmart that tried to do like the Walmart bucks, where they would pay their employees in like Walmart gift cards or something?
Oh, that does sound familiar.
It probably was Walmart. And they just did it in another country because I think that's highly illegal in the U.S. Because that's like the stuff that they did in like
It's like work for us and then spend your money back here.
Well, that was like the big like thing that pushed labor laws. Was some companies were actually doing that, like mining companies and stuff. They're like, yeah, you could mine for us, and we'll give you these store bucks that you could use at our store to buy stuff from us. And it was like a vicious loop.
Oh wow! I don't know if I'm getting any background noise because it started just raining really hard here, and I got the window open.
It's all right. I got kids running around over here, so not mine.
Okay.
It's a neighborhood kids summer. Shoot me. I'm dude, I'm pissed off about the last Batman game.
Oh, I heard that it was really buggy or something on PC.
It was broken. And apparently it was so broken they had to take it off of Steam. Like they had to completely take it down and stop sales of it. It's like the first time I've heard of that.
It's unbelievable to me what consists of a ready to release game nowadays. I mean, they're like, don't they have any integrity? I mean, I understand wanting to get your product out quick, but don't you also want to make it a good product so that way people know they're getting something that's worth your money? And I don't know,
it sounds like that cricket game that came out last year, and that was like really glitched out too. They pulled off of Steam, so this isn't the first game that they pulled, but this is definitely the biggest game pulled.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a name like that, I would imagine that
is like one of my favorite franchises too. Oh man, the Arkham Origins, Arkham Asylum.
I wonder if that pisses off like DC. I mean, I know they have to like purchase the rights, but even if you do that, I'm sure you want the company that you're selling the rights to take care of your product.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they bought it from. I think they actually worked with Warner Brothers.
Oh wow!
Because in the games you actually see like Warner Brothers features are in it, like the Warner Brother online. They call it the WB online mode.
Oh god,
something like that. Not. I don't know about Arkham Knights, but from like Arkham Origins and stuff, that's what they called like online mode. It was like WB is an acronym, and of course WB meant Warner Brothers. So
right.
I'm pretty sure Warner Brothers, who owns Batman, has a lot of say in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I know a lot of the times stuff like that isn't the developer's fault either. A lot of it is marketing and, people giving them money, telling them we need this out now, sort of thing. Add this stuff, we need this stuff. So probably a lot of wires got crossed.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know that like buggy games were released back in, say, the Nintendo and Super Nintendo days, but it just seems like now they kind of stopped. They almost stopped caring, and then they're just like, well, we'll fix it later when people notice.
Yeah, well, it's like, there was definitely a lot of bad games back then too, but those were still like back in the time where games weren't as mainstream as they are now either.
That is true.
Games today are bigger. Games today is bigger than the movie industry, which would have been unforeseen like 20 years ago. So
it's pretty crazy to think about.
And I think that's the biggest problem with the indie scene is it's not indie anymore. A lot of these people, they aren't indie. They make way too much money to be considered by anybody that's indie. And they're like, check out my new indie game.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Oh, that one developer, Sunrise, or
the Tale of Tales.
Yeah,
that's what they were called.
They flipped their shit because people didn't want to buy the like, oh man, what was it called? What was the game called?
Sunset, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Sunset.
Like I was looking at the price. It's $20 for a game.
I didn't point that out in the video, but 20. Yeah, I saw that it was $20, and I was like, wow, really?
Yeah, if it was like $5, I guarantee people would have bought it.
It does. It does seem like it should be cheaper. But their problem was that it sounds to me like it was kickstarted, and then after that, they put themselves into debt. I'm not sure if the number's exact, but they said something like they spent $40,000 over budget. So I mean, how do you? Of course you're gonna fail. You're kind of setting yourself up for it.
That's what I don't get about people. It's like, okay, this is why I don't like Kickstarters so much. Like, there's a lot of things I agree with, but a lot of like financial people don't comprehend Kickstarter. Like, I think the problem is that they like see this as money that can be used up, and they don't incorporate it right with their fundings. I think this is where a lot of these companies mess up at.
You mind if we invite somebody else in?
I don't care.
Okay. I just
It's that man key guy.
Nope. He's currently busy tonight. Let's see. Where? Okay, you know what's funny? I forgot where I found the link, so I'm just going to go back to the direct message I sent you and copy it from there. That's pretty sad.
Yeah, that's what I usually do.
Copy link address. Okay. If you want to join, I need to be able to send you the link somehow, and I can't link it in the YouTube stream. So if you have Twitter, I don't know if I have you on there, but if you do, we got to follow each other so I can message you the link, or I can email it. There's plenty of options. Okay. But yeah, video games, the whole indie situation and stuff is crazy. And I feel like this, I don't know, there's like this sense of entitlement. Buy my product, no matter how much you think it's bad. It's like, it's artistic, so you should enjoy it, even if it's not fun. And it's like, come on.
So if you don't like this, you're not cultured.
Yeah, I'm not saying that all games have to be all action, kill. I appreciate a good story, but you can't tell everyone your story is good. Like, if that's not their opinion, that's not what they think of it.
Yeah, it's like
having a strong political message does not instantly make a good story.
You're not fucking Andy Warhol. Get off my shit. But it's like there's a place for it, so it's like people aren't telling you don't be here. People don't buy your shit. It's because people don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not like boycotting you. They're just not purchasing it. And they said they had like 4,000 purchases, which to me, I think that's mind blowing considering how boring the game seemed.
For $20 each, sure. But I don't know. It just doesn't like I didn't like the jazz punk game. I don't know if it's like an artsy game, but it's like kind of like a puzzly sort of game. But
I don't think I've seen that.
I think it's called
Hello?
Hello.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go on.
Oh, no problem.
No, I was just talking about that jazz punk game. It's an artsy game, but it's not too bad. It's not the type of game I like.
Well, you see, I don't have I don't even have a problem with that. It's just a matter of whether or not, I personally find it interesting. I think there's a place for those types of games and the people that want to buy them, but it's more of, is this something I personally like? And if not, I'm just going to ignore it.
Okay, I'm trying to get caught up. What type of game are we talking about again?
Originally Sunrise.
Sunset, not that it matters.
Oh, yeah. I've seen a little bit to get an idea what it was like. I watched a bit of a Let's Play, and it looked kind of interesting.
Yeah.
It has really positive reviews, too. It's just, I guess it wasn't saturated like that well.
No, people, I guess people just didn't buy enough of it is what happened. But and it's not so much that the developers are disappointed. It's the way they reacted. Like, they just started attacking their audience,
Oh, yeah, they had a total piss fest, apparently. I thought that was pretty hysterical. And the evils of capitalism. I'm like,
right.
Look here, hot dog. If you failed to fit the bun, it is not the bun's fault.
See, that's my problem. Is I usually see stuff like posts like that, and I think it's satire. Like I said earlier.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
It's okay. Good. That's great.
It's a puppy.
What are you talking about there?
This Sunset, the
Sunset.
the recently failed indie game.
Nah, I never heard of it.
I wouldn't even call it failed.
Well, I mean, they're saying failed because they had to close down their company, but
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. It like
Wait, it's only been out what of a week?
How long was it out? Well,
how long has the game been out? I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't
came
think
out-
it's been that long.
It came out May 21st.
Jesus, and they're already bitching that it's only only 4,000 copies. If I had a game that sold even 10 copies, I would be
happy.
Well, I think if I understand correctly, the marketing was targeted at the wrong people, because this should have been targeted at the sort of people who play. Based on the Let's Play I saw, it should have been targeted at the people who play adventure games, like adventure games, because that's kind of what it is.
Oh yeah, kind of. Well, and the thing that's a whole other disaster, because I heard they had Leigh Alexander dealing with marketing. So
Fuck Leia Land.
Oh,
Really?
Fuck that.
Mr. Gamers don't have to be your audience, or Mrs.
right. So no wonder gamers didn't buy it. They didn't think they were supposed to.
Oh look, I just saw this. Guess what the similar items are on the Steam page for Sunset?
Gone Home and Depression Quest.
No, Grass Simulator.
Fuck those quote-unquote games. They suck.
What simulator?
Grass Simulator.
It's as interesting as watching your fucking lawn grow.
It's on the list of similar games.
Oh,
That's so sad.
that has to be trolling of some kind.
Hey,
Somebody needs to make like a fighting game between feminists and anti-feminists.
Oh Jesus.
did they have an SJW
Oh God, that'd be
game?
great.
That would be like I'm thinking of the attacks that Karen Strong would have, that Paul Elam would have. What attacks would they
Just
have?
do a Civilization game, and those are the rulers.
You could have
there's so much for
secret
reproduction.
character that you can unlock for either side.
Yeah.
Pick
Like
this Keezy, and the people that like you love you, and the people that aren't on your side don't want anything to do with you. Wish you just go away.
They're ready to put you in those Gamergate death camps.
Stick a fork in her, and she's done.
Oh man.
Like Geordie Tate running the dictatorship.
Okay, Grass Simulator has guns.
What?
Well,
Actually
sometimes
looks like an interesting game.
sometimes that Miracle Grow really strengthens the lawn, and the lawnmower is just not going to cut it.
I spray Miracle Grow on my penis.
Don't say that word now.
What? What word?
I imagine as a robot it rusted, but
Oh yeah, exactly. It rusted. It didn't help at all.
You get some WD-40.
Yeah, the WD-40 is great. And some people swear by Astroglide. I swear by WD-40. But I'm a robot. What can you do?
Just spray it all up in my sex spot.
oh god.
Yeah.
So would having sex with a sex toy be rape or prostitution?
Well, is there the question is there clear consent?
Well, you should know that all sex is rape.
Oh yeah.
All PIV sex is rape.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, and I love that. It's like, wait. Let me get this straight. Are you telling me that all of our ancestors throughout history have either been raped or are a rapist?
Yep. That's what she said.
Oh,
I thought it was just all white men that were rapists and pillagers.
Look, can we just all agree we won't have
Oh.
sex with her? As mankind, let's not have sex with her.
I think everybody would be happy.
You know what?
All in
Actually,
agreement.
all us guys, we had sex with the earth. So we're raping the earth. So when somebody says "fuck the world," that's pretty much a sign of rape.
It's in the literal sense.
And, yeah,
No,
in the
I'm
literal
fucking
sense.
the planet. I'm smacking that ass.
Yeah,
It's why there's a giant robot handprint on Australia.
exactly. That's all of us.
Oh my god.
Well,
You know, I've still got people commenting on that MGTOW video.
I know, right?
Which one?
Because
They won't
Yes.
let it. They just don't let that shit go.
You know what?
fucked with MGTOW.
I happen to be an anti-MGTOW, and I'm getting all this shit. All
I
this
saw
hate out of
your
everybody.
avatar and I just cracked up because
Yeah,
the symbol was just.
yeah. I used to be a MGTOW like a couple
Really?
of months ago.
I'm actually
But-
kind of curious to hear your story then, like what
Okay.
changed your mind and.
Well, when I first learned about like Karen Strong, I started listening to her videos, and I heard about all like the men's rights movement and MGTOW.
Sure.
I joined the men's rights movement first, and I was a little bit hesitant to join MGTOW, but eventually I did after listening to Barbarossa and Stardust for a little while.
Okay.
And but after a few months ago, there was this split between the men's rights and MGTOWs, and it was really all because they believed in this conspiracy theory about how Paul Eden, the founder of A Voice for Men, they believed that he was gonna take over MGTOW or some bullshit like that.
See, this is what
And-
I don't mean to cut you off, but this is what bothers me about their attitudes. They say, well, it's just men living their life the way they want to and doing what they want to do. But then on this regard, they're like, well, they're trying to take over our movement. But you just said you didn't have a movement. So which one is it?
Well-
Yeah, they're just really fucking paranoid about all this shit. So I'm like, this is not the kind of movement that I want to be involved in. If you're gonna act this way, and if you don't think that fighting for men's rights is gonna work, because a lot of the MGTOWs are saying that fighting for men's rights is a waste of time, when it actually isn't, because there's a lot of like the discourse is changing because of how
Right. Well,
how fucked up feminism is.
well, how are you gonna say, society's fucked up towards men, but let's not waste our time trying to change that. Let's just sit around the internet and bitch about it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the MGTOWs are doing.
Well, MGTOW
So
kind
it's-
of goes against my views of nothing can be black and white. To me,
Yeah.
that's my biggest gripe with MGTOW.
Well, they kind of go against my view on the fact that if they succeed, humanity will cease to exist. So, I mean,
Yeah, true.
why don't we all
Yeah.
just fucking skip that and kill ourselves right now?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Like, say that everybody should be MGTOW and all be like everything's gonna be fixed in one generation, and then that's all. That's
We're
retarded
We're gonna
thinking,
Hopefully it
like
catches
crazy.
back up. There
let's
we
just
go.
hope the women don't catch our bluff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I love to hate MGTOW now. because-
I'm not going to doubt that there are decent people that involve themselves with the label, but I think they're misinformed and misguided.
Yeah, I agree with you, because it's like it's these. Have you seen the recent videos that John the Other made and this guy named Messenger Rising?
I have not. I've
Just yeah,
kept
just
out of it, kind of.
there's a video name called "Women Are Evil" that John the Other made. But in the video, he didn't say that women were evil. He said
Uh-huh.
he was trying to make the argument that they were not evil.
Okay.
And he got so many downvotes because of that. It's not even funny. But the guy that he was responding to, Messenger Uprising, he made a video that's stating outright that women are evil, and he got all upvotes, like hardly any downvotes at all. Just
That's
check.
insane.
You gotta check those out for yourself. It's just
Jesus Christ.
that's actually just how devolved MGTOW has become. Like it wasn't like this like a year ago. This only recently happened.
Because when I first heard about MGTOW, it wasn't like that at all. It was just like men just doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Which I don't honestly I don't understand why that even needs a label or a community, because if you're doing your own thing, aren't you just too busy doing your own thing?
Well, I understand part of it. The MGTOW that I've run across that are reasonable, they're trying to basically say, hey, look, fellas, there is a way out from a system that is trying to fuck you. Pull back a bit, do your own thing, interact it. Don't feel the need to work in a system that's trying to screw you. Those guys are reasonable. Well, I understand those guys, but you get weirdos like, if that guy is serious about women being evil, he's a fucking nut job. Then you've got like turd-flinging monkey who insists men are superior to women. And I'm like, you have some trouble with statistics.
Yeah.
At least he knows that he's flinging turd because.
Yeah.
Well, I do think that there's a problem that they could like focus on. Men need to be more. I think men in general need to be more selective. Because I'm a man. I'm just gonna say this outright. I try to be more selective with the women I try to keep in my life, like relationships.
Well, I think that's totally understandable just because there's a lot of bad people in the world. I mean, you got to be careful. But the thing about it is, you can't demonize everybody just based off of one bad experience or a couple bad experiences.
Yeah, that's exactly what a lot of the extreme feminists do. And
right, and then when you tell them, well, you're being just like the extreme feminists you supposedly hate, they're like, no, it's different because feminists are controlling society. It's like, all right, I understand that people buy into this bullshit narrative, but at the same time, if you're going to spread a hateful narrative, nobody's going to want to listen to your shit either.
Yeah, because not all women are going to try to steal all your money and divorce.
Not all women are like that.
It also bothers me because, first of all, it implies that all men are making more money than women, which we know is not true.
Yep.
And then let's couple that in with the fact that they say, well, I don't want to be with women, but I sure want to sleep with them. Well, if you think women are out there sleeping around, and then later on in life they want to settle down with this so-called beta male you're always talking about, how are you helping the situation by sleeping with these women?
Yeah.
You are perpetuating the very relationship dynamic that you don't want to exist.
You know, when it comes to relationships, I don't think there's really much we could do when it comes to that, because that's like something that people are just gonna do like unconsciously. There's no really laws to like circumvent any troubles that might arise in relationships.
It's just human nature, because when two people get together, they don't know if they're going to make it or not. I mean, there's so many things that can happen over the course of a relationship.
Yeah, like relationships are not guaranteed, so that's not something like the government's not really involved in that for the most part.
I do understand that they have their complaints when it comes to marriage, and yeah, maybe some of them are valid, but sitting around and bitching about it instead of trying to actually, petition for change or something like that, you're not going to do anything.
Yeah, and that's the worst part. Like that's what they continue wanting to do, to just sit around and bitch instead of just they're actually trying to discourage people from fighting, like the stereotype of how women are like some women, of course, are very like toxic to some men.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say women in general, because that's what the MGTOWs do. So yeah.
I will say though, in their defense, if you are a wealthy and powerful man, the sort of women you will attract are the worst kind.
That's totally fair.
Yeah, that's different, but
the you will attract will be the worst kind.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah, it is. But most guys aren't wealthy. They're just average.
But if anything, the MGTOW's purpose, I think, just personally, is they are at least a canary, supposedly a canary. You could view them maybe as a canary in the coal mine of, this shit is too crazy, we've suddenly produced these assholes, well-intentioned as though they might, as some of them might be, because I do see a fair number of them that seem like they're okay people, but then you get, weirdos. I'm still not sure if that, what was his name? The guy who said that all women are evil. I'm not sure if that guy is just serious or
Messenger
troll.
Rising. Yeah, Messenger Rising is not a troll. He's actually serious when he said that.
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, I think he actually was like hurt by one woman, and he's now taking it out on all women.
See, that's bullshit. I mean, I'm actually, not to disclose too much, but I'm actually in the process of a breakup myself right now, and it sucks, it hurts, but I'm not gonna fucking pretend that it makes all women terrible.
Yeah, that's something you just gotta keep in control.
Yeah.
I do think that guys need to be more careful about just opening themselves up to women. But
Yeah.
excluding women altogether
Yeah.
is just dumb.
Yeah, my advice to young men would be, you know how little you're sure about and you trust other men? Yeah, treat women the same way. They're no morally superior. They are our moral equals, but their goals are different than the dudes you know. That's all you need to remember.
Yeah.
They're just as likely to be evil as any other dude you know. Keep that in mind, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I
They're
got.
just as likely to be good, but you don't have to warn people about good people.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know?
I have some like really bad breakups with myself, and I just made sure not to take it that so far that I hate women. Like you know what's the worst part is that many of the MGTOWs are saying that even anti-feminist women like Karen Strong, Alison Tiemann, and all the others.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
paranoid about those ladies.
they hate the women against feminism, not because of what they believe, but because they're women. That's why they don't like them.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen, there's that one YouTube channel, End Feminism.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one of the, I don't remember which one it was, but there was one MGTOW YouTuber that just made like a short video, it's like 30 seconds or something, saying she was basically in it for the dick, and I'm like, come on, man.
See what I mean?
That's ridiculous.
I wish you could link that video because I want to show.
I want to see that.
Yeah, I want to show what MGTOW has devolved into.
She said that she's in it for the dick.
Yeah.
Oh,
How
God.
can she be?
I think what it is some of the MGTOW are intensely jealous of how popular some of the women in anti-feminism are. Why, I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd like to have Turd Flinging Monkeys level subscribers, but hey, that's fine. I don't want to be that guy.
How does that guy even have so many subscribers?
It's because a lot of MGTOWs are stupid. That's what it is.
He basically said some really some entertaining and inflammatory stuff really early on. He landed with a bang, and MGTOW just subscribed to him. Hell, I was subscribed to him for a while, but after a while I just got sick because I subscribe to people I don't agree with necessarily, but sometimes they're just fun.
Yeah, I do the same thing. See, that's what not a lot of people realize. They think you subscribe to someone, you watch their video, you comment on it. It must mean that you affiliate yourself completely.
Yeah.
And I don't buy into that. Like, you can have your own opinions. I hope that I have people that subscribe to me that don't agree with every single fucking thing I say.
I don't really know what to say, but
I think you're an asshat, and that purple icon is no fun. Wait, that's blue.
yeah.
Actually, by the way, just let me pause this for a second. I look at your icon and I'm like, I know what game that's from, but I cannot remember.
I know what it is. I know what it is. You want me to say what it is?
Reveal it.
Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, I was gonna say Secret of Mana for a moment there.
I know.
I was thinking Dragon Quest.
I know I played the game that's in, but I could not for the life of me remember it.
You got to play it again. It's one of the best Super Nintendo games ever.
Oh,
I
dude,
played it. That's
step
great.
back just a bit. I've got the collection on PS1, dude. So.
Oh, really?
It's all right. I got it covered.
All right.
I'm just doing my replays of Fallout right now, and I'm like third of the way into Fallout.
You know the Chrono Trigger has different endings, right?
Yeah, it's got
yeah. Unfortunately, I only played the game once, and I didn't play it again.
I was
different endings.
I was a bit ridiculous and spent my childhood playing through all the endings.
Yeah, I made a mistake to only play through the game once.
Yeah, I've got.
I played it. I thought I fucked up because I got to the trial scene and I was like, "Oh shit, I'm dead."
Did you play the DS version?
Yes.
Yeah, because it has the animated scenes that look like.
I'm actually a little bit apprehensive to admit this, but I own every iteration of Chrono Trigger, including the Japanese Super Famicom versions.
Nice.
Yeah, you're lucky that you saw all the endings. I didn't. I only saw one ending. I can't even remember the ending now.
Okay, so I have a very depressing Chrono Trigger story.
Uh-oh.
I owned the Super NES cartridge since 1995 when the game first came out, and I played through the same file, New Game Plus, to get all the endings. Played through it multiple times. Like, I accumulated ridiculous amounts of items that you could only get a few of each time.
Yeah.
And like 13 years later, my save file shits the bed. I was just like, oh my god, my childhood is destroyed.
Right in the childhood. Ow.
Well, you could always get a new cartridge.
Oh man.
Oh man, that's
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah, it was awful.
It was awful. Ouch! Right in childhood.
Oh well.
Yeah.
That's what I say. Oh well.
Well, you know, I don't think I have any of my original NES or SNES carts anymore.
But you said you had the PS1 collection for Chrono
Yeah, I have the
Trigger, right?
PS1 that comes with Chrono Trigger and
Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah, 4. Okay.
I recommend the DS version. if you can.
I never had the Super Nintendo.
I was gonna say I recommend the DS version simply because if you enjoy the additions of the PS1 version, you get all that minus the bullshit load times on the PS1 version.
Oh well, I have the PS3 that's fully backwards compatible because the maintenance girl got it for me for Christmas when it came out because she enjoyed it. Fortunately, I was fortunate enough to find someone who shares a lot of my interests. In fact, just speaking of relationships again and relating to video games in a way, basically when I decided to start looking for someone sort of peripherally, I noted that all of the older people whose relationships had been stable for 50 years, things that they had said, and one of them was that this other person that they had been with all this time was also their best friend. Well, I started looking for someone and happened to find someone who would, if our romance was, not lukewarm at the moment, we would still be best buddies. So we got things.
I think that.
Yeah,
that's a really good thing to look for. I think that
that's what MGTOWs don't understand.
At the basis of a relationship, you have to be friends.
Yeah, in the MGTOW's defense, those women are hard. That sort of person is hard for anyone to find. I lucked out.
Yeah.
This woman who said, "Oh, there's a PS3 that's fully backwards compatible," and she's like, "Yeah, he needs that." Hell, she wanted that, but it was one of those we only could afford one, so. But yeah. So, anyway.
I didn't have Super Nintendo. I had a Sega Genesis.
Oh yeah.
Have you?
I never had one of those, but I have seen them.
Yeah, Sega Genesis was like the second best console in the '90s, and I had like all not all the Sonic games, but I had many of the Sonic games, and Sonic used to be my favorite video game character of all time, and I couldn't get enough of him at the time.
Sonic 06.
Well, no. Let's not go that far now.
I didn't like the Sonic games, and I know this sounds weird because it went too fast. I wanted to explore the weird, colorful world. I really did. I wanted to go check things out, but the game clearly was not meant to explore this neat, colorful world they built. Yeah.
Well, that was just blast processing at work.
Yeah, so. I like racing. I like having raced through the stage as fast as I could, like that. Some of my favorite Sonic game is Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Like when the Sonic 3 and the Sonic and Knuckles cartridge.
Oh, there's like an edition cartridge, right?
I don't think
for
the Genesis. I don't think so.
No, but like when you play Sonic 3, you kind of plug it into a Sonic and Knuckles cartridge, like a Game Genie
exactly.
sorta.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
When those two games are connected together, it's the best Sonic game you could ever play in your life. Because the two games by themselves, they're pretty short, and they're like not something to remember. But when those two games are connected together, then it's amazing.
Did you see the scientifically accurate Sonic the Hedgehog video?
I haven't.
The Game Theorist?
No, it was just some little parody song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll probably check it out later.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny.
I saw the scientifically accurate Flintstones thing and Pokemon thing, but the Sonic one I didn't see. Let's see, but you know what sucks? When I had sold my Sega Genesis and the games that I had for like 83 cents.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's really because since I already had a new console, I didn't think I was gonna use my Sega Genesis anymore, so I gave it to my friend. And But what's even worse than that is that I used to lend my game cartridges to my friends, and they would always lose them.
Oh,
Quote unquote lose.
Yeah, I learned my lesson after I got my new console. I never let anybody borrow my games ever again.
no, 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 no.
Yeah, I actually own all of the video games that I own from my childhood. I still have. I could never part with them.
Did anybody ever ask you to borrow them?
Yeah, I mean, I loaned them to friends, but I was even then I was a little apprehensive. I guess I'm kind of a jerk when it comes to my stuff.
Yeah, you should.
I see how friends treat their own shit, and then I'm like, well, if they borrow mine, they're probably gonna fuck it up.
Yeah, yeah,
like,
that's what.
All right, the only game I ever sold was Final Fantasy VII for the PS1 because I bought a PS1 was given to me for Christmas along with FF7. I played through it once and I was like, well, this wasn't quite what I was expecting. I liked it, but I didn't like it enough. So I sold it to a friend, $20, and I'm sad because later on eBay was like Black Label version, $100. But
Yeah, I still have mine.
yeah. So I go over to my friend's house one time after I sold him the game, and his little brother's there on the counter with the Final Fantasy VII disc with a slice of pizza resting on it. I'm like, he's fucking using this game as a pizza coaster. Jesus Christ.
That's sad.
Hey, good idea. I'd do that.
There's like an FF7 fanboy somewhere ready to commit a murder.
Did you hear the story about the guy that found his old collection of games?
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was awesome.
It has like monster.
I'll make a Sims channel.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't see it.
I would have pooped myself.
Hey, but you say you had the PS1, but did you ever have the Nintendo 64?
I didn't have one until later on. I had one given to me, but I got rid of it because I never played it. There were very few. There were very few N64 games I liked. I'll admit it.
Mario 64.
I had Mario 64. That was great.
007.
I mean, I had a little fun with 007 and Mario Kart 64. And other than that, I couldn't really find myself getting into anything.
Mario 64, GoldenEye were the ones that I played the shit out of.
Did anyone else have a
Majora's
Virtual
Mask.
Boy?
That's my favorite. That's one of my favorites.
Did anyone else have a Virtual Boy?
No.
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 Oh boy. My friend had that, and it was like, I'm playing this.
Oh man, I think that stupid game system gave me chronic headaches.
Nah, I only played it once. I didn't really like it. It was just Mario Tennis, and I like it.
Oh, Mario Tennis was bad. There was one game. There was a Wario game that I loved. It was the only game.
Virtual Warrior. I heard that game was the best game on the Virtual Boy.
It was a great game.
But the only problem with it was that it was on Virtual Boy.
Yeah.
No, I checked out the videos from the Angry Video Game Nerd, and I watched that video.
If they released that on like anything else, I would buy it in a heartbeat. It was a really good game.
I don't think they're not gonna release that in anything else. I can tell you right now. Never would have released. They released that.
I wouldn't necessarily be shocked if they put it on like the Wii store or something, you know.
As long as it's not in red, I would buy it. If it was like if they updated it into regular colors, because it was a good game.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. I mean, but I like red as a color, but not necessarily visually. More on my own arm splitting.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think I played something else besides Mario Tennis, but I can't remember.
They only had like 7 games. There was a Star Fox.
It's actually 14.
Really?
Yeah, when
Double
I was
the fun.
Either 14 or 23. I don't know, like something.
I know that there was some in Japan that wasn't in the U.S.
Yeah.
Well, we could all go relive the past by downloading a Virtual Boy emulator. That could be fun.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
I will say, I do. Emulators have been really handy in getting a hold of, or just games that I can't seem to find because there's or some that just won't run for shit on.
Yeah, my take on emulation is if it's a game that is extremely overpriced, or something that you already own but you don't want to have all your systems hooked up, fucking emulate it.
Yeah, like Nintendo World Championships.
Because it's not like the video game companies are getting money when you buy an old ass copy of Chrono Trigger for $200. You know,
No,
Oh, yeah.
not a dime.
you're just filling some asshole's pocket at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not my asshole pocket, so
Exactly.
Nah, they don't deserve your money.
Or in some cases, games that even if you could find them, they're like I'm trying to think of a good example. Seventh Saga. Anybody ever played that?
Xenosaga, I heard of it.
Seventh Saga, no. Okay.
Seventh Saga for the Super Nintendo.
Yeah. Was it? I thought it was an NES game. Well, anyway, but yeah, good luck finding a copy of that motherfucker. But even more so, it's one of those where if you want to play certain characters, you kind of need to cheat because some of them. Are
I remember that
broken.
game being a complete bitch. I rented it a couple of times back when Walmart had a blowout video in their store here, and I could never get anywhere. I was like, why do I even like this game?
I
just couldn't
enjoyed it a
stop
lot,
playing
but it is hard as hell.
I've never rented a game in my entire life.
I've rented games before. Back when I had an NES, my grandfather would take me down to the store. We'd rent a game or two for the weekend. Carno, I remember renting.
I miss being able to walk into like video stores and rent games and stuff. It's like a different experience that people don't have anymore.
Like Blockbuster. Yeah.
Like renting whole systems too.
No, I actually preferred the smaller mom and pop rental stores, to be honest.
Yeah, those are sometimes the best places because you can pick up
so.
weird stuff. Yeah, you can get some strange stuff out of those places.
I think I know what. Like this one NES game called, I can't remember the name, but it was like a topless girl it was a puzzle game.
Oh, is it like Bubble Bath Babes or something? Or?
Something like that.
Shit,
I can't. If I could find out the name, I could probably show you.
Or is it a game? Wait, a puzzle game? You said. Okay, because
Yeah,
I also
puzzle
recall one where like you're supposed to rescue a girl, but if every level she gets more and more clothes taken off or something.
Yeah, that's but that's something that Angry Video Game Nerd reviewed.
Yeah, that one.
I can't remember
what it
the
was
name
called.
of that one. Nah, I don't remember the name.
That's weird. And I think I've seen all his episodes, so somehow that one slipped through the memory hole. Oh well.
Was it a racing game?
No, it was like Nintendo.
Yeah, the NES.
She would lose more clothes?
Am I the only one that would say regular Nintendo back in the day?
NES.
I would say
that's what
NES or.
I
When
would
you
say
say regular Nintendo, nobody's really gonna know what you mean. Like,
Yeah.
I would say regular Nintendo because I had no idea that NES was a thing.
Yeah, you can probably gauge somebody's age by that because I'm gonna hazard a guess that I'm the oldest person in the room.
I'm probably the second oldest then.
Because
I'm actually the oldest. I know I am.
my first console was an Atari.
Yeah, then never mind. Then you are the oldest.
I'm 43.
Well, I'm 26, so.
I'm 28.
And
Because
I just found out that I was 26 a couple weeks ago, so I thought I was 25.
Oh,
I'm 30, so.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Shit. I thought I was the oldest.
I got 10 years on all you motherfuckers, at least.
But you're still talking about video games, like
Well, dude, video games are my life.
Now, there's no reason to give up your hobbies just because you reach a certain age.
Oh hell, it gets. I got some previews for you. It gets better.
You know what?
Because here's the thing. One of the things I've noticed about video games is a lot of the really crappy games go completely down the memory hole. After a while, you're left with generations of really great games that everybody remembers, and a handful of really terrible ones that everybody remembers because they're fucking hysterical. Like Jekyll and Hyde. That's funny.
You just nostalgia from the terrible ones.
You know what? You probably kick my ass in whatever new game that's out right now, like whatever new first-person shooter that's out right now. Really because I don't have the hand-eye coordination to play video games very well.
I'll be the first one to admit that I feel like I am awful at modern games.
I remember you playing Grand Theft Auto.
I know.
Dude,
I
I
am.
fucking sucked.
I fucking suck at any.
I
modern
could
game.
not beat that rage mission for shit. I don't know why. The Mexican gang members, they just
Actually,
had me.
I will say though that people were saying that today's video games are easier than the games that existed back in the 90s.
Yes and no.
Yeah, yes and no. I think it really depends.
I will
Yeah,
say the barrier to entry. Well, okay. A lot of the older NES games, in particular, when the NES hard was because there was so much. There was such limited content.
Yeah.
Difficulty was the way of extending content on those games.
Yeah.
Some of them were just programmed very badly. Like Last Starfighter is a good example, which is a port, oddly enough. But if you go, feel free to try and play it. Good luck. You're fucked.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, it's not worth trusting in that
You
one.
know, I saw this video recently about these kids playing the original Mega Man for the first time.
Oh God.
Yeah, they were like, this game is too hard. And then when I play it, and I'm not having any trouble.
No, those kids are fucking right. Even when I was a little kid, that shit was too hard. Mega Man, I never understood the fandom of it because it's like, how did you get anywhere in this fucking game? It was just ridiculous.
But you gotta have the hand-eye coordination for it.
Well, I did.
There are some.
Apparently, I'm horribly.
There are some
nearsighted,
very
so-
difficult Mega Man games.
Yeah,
Especially with the disappearing blocks. I forgot what they're called, but those are terrible.
yeah, I've experienced that. I enjoy Mega Man games.
I like them a lot.
For me, I went back to Mario Brothers 3 on my 3DS, and I suck at that game now. I am legitimately bad. I used to be really good at that game. Like, I would never
too.
die. I went back, lost all my lives within the first couple levels because I forgot all my hand-eye coordination. It's definitely
I was good at
completely
that.
different.
See, if Mario 3 is hard, that's probably my ceiling for old school Nintendo hard because I could do that, but Mega Man just kicked my ass.
I don't even want to try Mega Man after that.
It just beat me senseless. I
Yeah,
want that little blue bomber some shit, man.
yeah. I used to be good at Mario 3 as well. Mario 3 is my favorite Mario game, and when I couldn't believe that I failed at that game very recently as well.
I could still beat Mario 3. At least I can do that.
Well,
I'm such a heretic.
I
My
have been a
favorite
little
old
bit
school Mario
confused.
game is number 2, and I'm aware it's a port.
I
Yeah.
do like that one. Mario 2 gets a lot of shit now, but I think it's good. Back in the day, you didn't know that it wasn't really a Mario game.
You don't think about it, and even if you knew, you probably wouldn't care.
It had some inherent replayability because you go through the whole game as one character and then play it again, and it really does play differently. My favorite was Toad, and I've had sort of a deep affection for the little guy ever since. So whenever we play like Mario Party or Mario Kart, if Toad's available, I'm playing Toad.
You probably play Captain Toad as well.
Whatever Toad they got, I'm playing some Toad. As long as he's got red spots on his hat, I'm good to go. I don't want to
Yeah.
know if that's his head.
Red spots, or what about blue and yellow spots? What about
I like the red spots because because I like red. What can I tell you?
Yeah.
I'd rather play my penis if it wasn't already that color.
Don't say that word now. But what else is there?
George,
Has anybody tried playing Castlevania on the NES?
Yeah, that shit is rough.
yeah, that should.
Yeah. That's another NES hard game.
I played the hacked version of Simon's Quest. Well, not the hacked, but the redid version, the fan made.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I don't think I ever tried it yet though.
It's
I heard of it.
fun.
And what about
Did they do a James and Mike let's play on that on the AVGN channel or something?
Yeah.
I assume it did. I don't remember it.
It was
I mean-
one of his newer ones. It was right before he finished his movie, I believe. Because I remember he was doing Big Rigs, right? And he was like, all these games are so shitty, and then he finds like a fan-made version of it. I think they actually made it into a
Big Rigs. I remember that review. That was hilarious. Like just to know that game is so incomplete that in itself what made it funny.
Somebody let that sit.
Designed that way too, because it was a pen and teller game, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, is that really any different from the state of modern games now with all these bug releases?
No.
I think that the level of incompetence showed by Big Rigs is far larger. I mean,
No, Big Rig is different. Yeah,
but I keep wondering if that was just something that somebody threw together to put in to be sold at truck stops to unknowing rednecks. You know, and as a redneck myself, I'm like, okay, I get it. But you know, because if you're a little kid and your dad drives a truck for a living, that's the most fascinating thing in the world. Because as a redneck, big rigs are kind of like dinosaurs. Redneck kids love them. I ought to know. I was one.
that game was one where if you go in reverse, you can infinitely go faster, right?
Yeah, I saw that. That was hilarious.
Little redneck kids with computers.
And
I was watching a speed run of that game, and that's all the guy did was go backwards.
Wait, somebody just speedrun a Big Rig?
Yeah, AGDQ.
Oh my god.
You should look it up.
Speedrun of Desert Bus. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Like it was more of like, look what how bad we can break this game, sort of thing. It wasn't really like a speed run. But you should check it out. It's really fun.
Isn't it impossible to even get anywhere? Like, don't you just drive and drive and drive and that's it?
Yeah.
Well, it was more of like, let's see how we can break this game.
Or actually literally break it. Just break the cartridge. I mean, cartridge. CD.
I started watching the tool assisted runs.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I like these tool assisted speed runs. I like watching the one with the Mario 3 that was done in like 11 minutes.
Well, they have a task where they coded Mario World in the game to play Snake and Palm.
Oh,
Like in the game, in that first level where you're like hitting all the turtles. Like apparently, they found a way to code it during that to actually implant another game inside the game.
I want to see that. Like,
Look it up. It's if you look up the AGDQ, it's in one of their archives.
AVGQ.
ADGQ.
ABGQ.
I'll look it up. Okay. Speedrunners Archives is one. There's a bunch of people that just like download because it's a fundraising competition, and they just raise money for cancer. So.
Oh yeah, I seen that. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I'm like, yeah.
Awesome games done quick.
Oh, okay. I was trying to think of what that would stand for.
It's gonna be they're gonna be doing this year's in July 26th. August 1st.
Yeah, I kind of get distracted when people talk while they're playing the video game. I don't like that.
I kind of like it because they explain some stuff. Because a lot of times you don't see like a lot of things just goes over your head.
If they're gonna explain something, that's fine. But if they're just talking randomly, I hate that.
Well, I think there was a guy last year. I guess he was like a little autistic.
Yeah.
Oh
He
no.
didn't shut up. And eventually, the guy was just like, "I'd really appreciate if you just stop talking." Just completely killed. Like the tension was so thick you could have cut it with a knife.
Yeah, that sounds like Christian.
No. Need a chainsaw to get this tension out of here.
There was another girl who was knitting the whole time. You see her throughout the whole weekend just knitting. And this guy's doing a Zelda game, and she's like, "Well, I guess this is a better time as ever," and just say why I'm knitting. And like, guy's doing a speed run of Zelda, and she goes, "I wish you would stop," because he's like doing like the jumps and stuff. It's very precise, and she just tells her, "I wish you would stop." And he's like, I'm doing a speed run, and you can tell he was pretty hardcore because he was in a Link suit, like he was in costume. And in the middle of his run, she's like, "Can you stop? Stop!
Not now. I'm cosplaying.
I'm trying to raise money for cancer."
Run. Jesus, woman, hit somewhere else.
Yeah, knit in your own house. Knit in the kitchen.
We got too much nitty gritty here.
Knit me a cap for my costume.
And her knitting is probably why so many idiots go MGTOW.
Oh God.
I'm so itchy. Never again, woman.
Yeah, get out of here. I'm a MGTOW now.
What do you mean you don't like those wool boxer shorts?
Let's just say, yeah, the things are itchy in the nether regions.
Well, let's just say I had some beans one night, and they'll never be clean. I just imagine with all those fibers, there's nothing. Get this clean again.
Yeah, I used to be involved in this anime club, and there was this girl knitting that's always knitting there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know why. Like she was always knitting, and that was her favorite hobby next to video games. Knitting in the video game club. That's some dumb shit.
Weird.
Yeah.
I've seen people knit at work while in the middle because I'm a phone monkey by trade. So, and I've seen people knit, while they're on calls and spend time doing that. I can see that, but
Yeah.
But then you pull out your DS.
actually, I usually have my
We shouldn't really laugh at them over that.
Well, just the knitting seems strangely out of place. That's all. It just I don't know.
I get it though. It's like a task. It's a repetitive task. So time flies a lot faster while you're doing it.
Oh yeah.
I guess that's what
You're right.
I get the reason for it. She was probably just really bored because she really just want to be around boys.
That's so horrible. Yeah,
That's
but,
sexist.
well, I normally I would say that's awfully prejudiced, but in a way. But she did tell a speedrunner to stop, so you begin to wonder if she knew why she was here.
Well, I think she was there for the cause mostly, not necessarily for the
okay,
game.
that makes sense. Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot about the charity aspect.
Yeah, so I get it. You put up, you have to imagine these kids, they're not all kids, a lot of them are adults, but these are very socially awkward people.
Mhm.
You have them in a big-ass room all together. There's going to be some sort of, conflict.
Somewhere in the corner, there's some guy who's hugging the wall, just looking at all the people going, ah!
To imagine people that play video games their whole lives, you can't deny it, are a little socially awkward.
Oh God, yeah.
I can't deny that. I mean, I've got that problem myself.
I had that story earlier about how I met the perfect girl. Do you know where I met her?
Where?
I met her ass at an anime club meeting.
All right.
Okay,
really?
so
Now, see, some people laugh, but I think that's the perfect love story.
it gets worse than that, but yeah, that's apparent. Without intending to, I met the future maintenance girl at an anime club meeting.
See, but I kind of think that it's better to meet somebody spontaneously when you aren't really trying.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's how I met my ex.
Going out to bars and stuff with the intention of finding someone, I kind of feel like you don't find the type of quality person that you're looking for.
Oh no, if I was going to a bar, I'd be looking to get laid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem in the army is a lot of guys get married by girls that they just had sex with.
Oh, jeez.
And it's just I'm in love with this girl because if you let me put my penis in her vagina, I'm in love. And
Oh, how quick that wears out.
You remember Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where Ferris is talking about his friend? That's what he was talking about. Yeah, he's going to fall in love with the first girl he gets to have sex with.
I remember that.
well, it's more common. I think even guys that aren't like that sort of guys fall for it too.
Yeah. Well, and to be fair, I think women do it too. They finally decide to give it up to a guy, and then they get a case of dicknosis. You know. Of course, the male equivalent is vaginosis, where you've been hypnotized by the vag.
By the way, these are real medical terms. So
Yeah. Dicknosis is
Look
when
it up.
you're hypnotized by the penis.
Where am I looking this up? Urban Dictionary?
Vaginosis for women. Huh?
It's somewhere in Wikipedia.
Yeah, so I'm sure dicknosis is in there someplace. Yes.
Remind me to go back to the anime club if I ever want to meet someone.
You definitely did not meet the standard anime girls I've met. I'm just saying.
Well, one of the things that I will say, conventions are also a good place for that, because it's not like the old days when I was first going to conventions. There's actually more girls there than there are guys, and let's face it, they're girls hanging out with their friends at an anime convention. These bitches are single. I'm just saying,
But they like anime.
If they have a boyfriend, he's there with them. I can almost guarantee you. If he's not, you've got a good shot. Because you already know you've got something in common.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I went to one anime convention. Well, I recently discovered I'm not really cut out for anime that much. Like, even video games, I'm not as hardcore about them like you guys are.
I'm not as into into anime as much as I used to be, but I think I blame anime. I think anime changed more than I did.
I'm actually kind of picky.
I'm sticking to it.
I'm kind of picky when it comes to anime series that I get into.
I think it was me the whole time. Like, I really was. I thought I was into it, but I'm actually not as into it as I thought. But
well, I get into the weirdest like shows on anime. Like I got really big into Case Closed.
I love Case Closed.
But then I found out like half the episodes they didn't release in the U.S. and they never will.
Isn't it like 700 episodes long and still going?
Yeah, it's still going.
Oh man, like
it's probably more than that.
I wanted to give it a shot, but then I was like, wow, that's overwhelming. I could probably spend the next like 10 years trying to catch up.
I would say don't even bother.
The internet, fan subs, and torrents are for you. You'll get the rest of the episodes. Because I shit you not, that's the other thing about anime fandom that has changed. Because I'll put it this way: I was in anime fandom when the only way to get tapes or anything, except for a few rare shows that were completely mangled when they came over here, was to have a friend of a friend of a friend who knew somebody in Japan, and subtitlers. No shit. These things would come by mail over the ocean through some VCRs to us.
I also heard people used to go to like Chinatown and stuff like that, and they would have fans.
Yeah, in Chinatown they still do good stuff.
Basically, you would go to little Japanese shops and they would have rental tapes. You would get those, and if you were really lucky, that's still a good way to get kung fu movies, by the way. But then we went through this period where it became commercialized, and all these companies started bringing stuff over, and they started trying really hard to crack down on the fan subbers. And then the internet happened, and the gates were broke loose. You can get something airs in Japan tonight. I can have a sub copy of it on my hard drive tomorrow.
Exactly.
Or if I'm really lucky, later tonight.
I remember being able to see movies before they came out.
Yeah.
Like DVD quality movies, like Wolverine. I saw Wolverine before it was even in theaters.
Yep. But
yeah, there's that's the magic of the internet.
Yep, and well, that's the other thing I do like about the magic of the internet. It's allowed me to catch shows that I couldn't buy if I wanted to. It's kind of like the old school video games. I'm still working my way through a copy of Metal Armor Dragonark.
Never heard of it.
Which is a Gundam knockoff. It's really good though, and good luck finding a copy. I couldn't buy it if I wanted it to. And then you can find that shit on YouTube. So, internet, hooray!
I started getting really big into Team 4-Star, DBZ abridged.
Oh yeah, that shit's hysterical.
I watched it for a little while, yeah. But I think the fan base kind of bugs me. Like the comment sections, they're always quoting the shit, and it just makes it get old really fast.
Yeah, I don't read the comments.
The Hellsing one that they did is my favorite so far.
I watched a couple episodes of it. I didn't quite get into that as much, but
the last one they did a big joke on SJWs. You gotta see the last Hellsing one they did.
Okay, good. That's really with it. I can imagine what a Gundam on bridge would be like. Oh my god. Why does my robot have a whip? Shh. It looks cool. All right, I'll go with that. Seriously.
I really do think they failed on the Yu-Gi-Oh one though. That one's definitely pretty low quality.
I did a Yu-Gi-Oh one.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh Naruto ones that they did is really shitty.
Oh man. Yeah,
I mean,
I couldn't get into Yu-Gi-Oh. And Naruto, I never managed to catch it from the first. I just can't see myself trying to get in the middle. You know.
Yeah, there's definitely like some cues that you miss. It's not a very complex anime either, but there's definitely like some things that you miss out. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's a fighting anime. I mean, it's and not to denigrate it. I mean, I'm clearly a fan of the giant robot anime, and I'm aware that subtlety is not necessarily my favorite genre's high point. But the same with giant rubber monster movies. I love me some kaiju. Subtlety is not part of the genre. That's okay. You're dealing with monsters big enough to knock over skyscrapers. Subtle is not a word they're familiar with, which is why the American Godzilla failed. It's like, no, this thing should not be sneaky. Not the first one, not the recent one. Like, no, this Godzilla does not sneak. That's stupid. I mean, sure, they lose track of Godzilla occasionally, but he doesn't sneak because he went into the ocean. You can lose a kaiju in the ocean. That makes sense. But in a city? Oh, well.
I never saw the newest one.
Huh?
It wasn't the worst, but I think that he had way too little screen time.
Oh yeah, there was not nearly, and that's what I think it was. What was it? Something to the extent of that. Basically, every time there's a good, nearly every time there's a good fight scene about to happen between the monsters, they cut away for some fucking reason.
Oh, I hate that.
I noticed that.
Damn it.
I hate the cock teasing movies. Like
I saw
Paranormal
people.
Activity.
Go ahead. You first.
Oh, no, I was gonna say like Paranormal Activity. The first movie was cool, but then they kept on pushing the something happening now, like 2 hours. Go ahead.
With the Godzilla stuff, a couple of people were saying it was racist because when they showed the Chinatown area getting destroyed, it's like, oh, Godzilla is Japanese. Why didn't they have Japanese people run it? Like, come on, man. What? So they were implying that they were saying the message in the movie was all Asians are the same. I was like, I'm pretty sure you're the only one reading into it that way.
Well, they are.
I was about to say, the Godzilla movies proves that all human beings are the same when you're under the foot of a 50-foot monster.
Exactly.
All paste.
Just of a different flavor.
Yeah, well, even then the flavor isn't all that different. What you had for dinner affects the flavor of the pate you become more than what race you are. Which, ironically, may have some effect on what you ate for dinner, but that's beside the point.
Except for those damn cultural appropriators that think it's okay to eat foods from other cultures.
Yeah, apparently no one culturally appropriates when you're non-white and eat a fucking hamburger.
I met an Asian girl that had dreadlocks. Like, what kind of appropriation is that?
Did they look good?
It wasn't bad. I just don't like dreadlocks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they're hit or miss. Now braids that are put up like dreadlocks, those can be nice, but dreadlocks in and of themselves, it's like, I don't know.
The way to get dreadlocks is just not washing your hair, right?
I guess that's the part that kind of grosses me out.
Or is that like something that I'm being really racist about?
Maybe that's just the way hippies do it.
Because I've clearly heard people say that's how you get dreadlocks and not wash your hair.
That's a fair point. The hippie dreadlocks are a whole different kind of nasty than like.
Okay, I don't like the hippie dreadlocks, and that's what she had.
No.
It's like, are there rats living in there or something? I mean, it's bad.
Yeah, and suddenly a rat pops out of there and just gets smoking a doobie going, what?
You forget, I've been hanging around a lot of rave chicks recently, so I have not been having any sex.
Is this because of your DJing gigs?
Some friends and me trying to get out some more.
You haven't been having any sex? What for again?
You don't want to have sex with flavored chicks
With what
unless
chick?
unless you have 5 condoms.
Wait.
You know what?
Chicks again?
Flavored chicks.
This totally reminds me that I saw this article where I think it was like a couple of teenagers. They had to come up with an idea for a project, and they did condoms that change color when they come in contact with an STD.
Oh, I wanted to try
I've heard of that.
I was like, these kids are fucking geniuses.
I wanted that is.
Oh my
Speaking
God,
about
my
sex.
goodness. You pull you're like on your stroke on the way out, and you're like, oh God, it's green. Ah!
I guarantee you that social justice activists will twist this into shaming STD
like the
shaming,
nails.
and they'll be like,
Fucking nails.
this is dangerous to women because if a man finds out she has an STD, he'll harm her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Speaking about sex.
leaving.
Speaking about Speaking about sex, I've been having the best sex for the past year now. I'm not gonna give any details, but I've been having a lot of fun, and I'm thinking about having some fun in the coming weeks, hopefully.
That's mysterious.
No
Now
more
my
bad.
imagination goes to
Yeah. Just keep
I
imagining.
want plausible deniability.
Yeah, because like you may not be having sex, but I am.
That's okay. I'm old and married. What kind of sex do you think I'm having?
I was engaged. I'm worried about what sex can bring.
Regular sex. That's what you're having.
Yeah, that's pretty much the size of it. Yeah, lots of.
At least you're getting a lot of it. I'm having not as much as you're having, but
Well,
very
I guess it depends on your definition of a lot. That's probably the hard part.
it's
Well, it
probably more
depends
than
on how much Viagra they give you this time, right?
it's probably more than me, but
Fortunately, as a robot, I just need refills of my hydraulic fluid.
Oh yeah, I just need some WD-40.
WD-40 and some refills of my hydraulic fluid, and the joystick is good to go.
Oh, okay.
hydraulic
Hydraulic fluid.
in another
Fill up the hydraulic fluid.
in another hangout, I called myself a dog, but for the context of this conversation, I'm just gonna refer to myself as human.
But you've got the little doggy picture, though. I like it. He's very happy.
Yeah, that's why I picked it, because it's like this dog is really cute looking, so I just had to use it as my avatar. And since I love dogs, I wanted to use it.
He looks like he's having a great day.
Yep, he's looking. He looks like he's frolicking in the sun.
And Scratch is as always having a nap.
Yeah,
Ramble is generic.
you know what? He's happy that I'm happy having the sex that I'm having.
There you go.
That's why he's happy. Yeah. Not unlike the MGTOWs. The MGTOWs, they're pretty much miserable.
What's the
And
big
not
top
changing
view
it.
on sex? Is it just marriage, or
It's their view is they try to refrain from dealing with women, but sometimes they have to lower themselves to sleep with them.
Well,
Yep,
it varies
that's what they
depending
say.
on the MGTOW, but yeah, the more radical ones are definitely, you shouldn't have any contact with women at all. That's what porn is for. I'm like porn is nice, and I enjoy porn as much as anyone, probably a little bit more than most people, but, it's no substitute for the real thing.
Exactly.
It can be, but it's kind of like eating an MRE. Yes, it's a substitute for food,
Oh,
but not
God.
necessarily. It is
call
not
that food?
necessarily a sustainable substitute for
that's
food.
not food?
Yes, it is.
No.
I've eaten MREs before.
I don't know if anybody's gonna catch this or understand this reference, but if anybody's ever seen the movie Tremors 2, where they're eating
No.
they're eating the MREs, and he's like, Earl, this tastes like, or he's like, this tastes like toilet paper, and the other guy's like, Earl, that is the toilet paper.
Oh well.
See, MREs have gum that just dissolve.
Really?
Yeah, and the bad thing is that gum's actually a laxative.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
MRE.
That's the last fucking thing you need in the
And they
battlefield.
don't tell you. Everything else in there is constipates you, but the gum is a laxative.
They're like, well, fire. No, well, I'm firing, but it's coming in the wrong hole.
Hey, somebody's got to dig latrines. You just got to head start.
What nasty shit! Look at
well,
this,
you dig
this
and I'll shit
MRE
them.
stuff. MRE.
No, that's
they have
probably
M&Ms
unfair. Porn is not like an MRE. Porn is okay. Here's what porn is: fast food.
Yes, it
Porn
is.
is fast food. Real sex just is like most home cooked meals. It's what you make of it.
Well, real
Sex
sex
is
can
like
be a
a-
5-star, or it can be a 4-star. It depends on the chef.
Yeah, and there's nothing there, and there's nothing wrong with whipping out a quick ham sandwich when you're
Yeah.
pressed for time.
Even Gordon Ramsay can make a PB&J for you.
Yeah, PB&BJ.
PB&BJ. I could use some of that. Yeah, right now.
Yeah, but Gordon Ramsay would probably start critiquing your crotch, so...
Yeah.
Well, I would rather he not do that.
Love and critique my technique. That's fine.
It's a mess down here.
Yeah, I figure maintenance girl will be like, yeah, okay, I'll do that. Just
Fine. I'll stick with Paula Dean.
That racist bitch.
She brings some butter.
Oh well.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm a horrible person.
Oh well.
Yeah, that poor lady. She admits to having used the word once, and she's screwed.
Yeah.
And JB does it like blatantly in a joke, and people are like, "Oh, JB."
Well, it's just because she was Southern and white. If she'd have been pretty much any other race and from somewhere else, that'd been fine.
Yeah.
I can almost guarantee you that what's her name? The other lady at the Cookie Channel with the Italian lady with the ginormous knockers. What the fuck is her name?
Oh, I don't even know. I keep on looking at her knockers.
Well, she's a nice lady, but she knows what she's doing when she wears those low cut shirts and leans forward on it over the food. I'm like, Jesus Christ,
Icy Green.
Stop
objectifying me.
I think her name is Giada or something like that. But I mean, she's an entertainer. She doesn't claim to be anything more than that. She's a cooking show entertainer. That's different.
I know the internet aristocrat in his early years. He made fun of a chef, and she would do the stupidest things. Like,
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I saw that once. I don't even know where to find that video anymore.
and she would drink so much liquor while cooking, like even more than like the old school like shows.
Oh yeah,
Like-
shit.
I want to know what you're talking about now. I want to see.
Like, I know if you go on the Internet Aristocrat archive pages, you'll find it for sure.
I gotta see that. And I've tried to watch as many of his videos as I can, of his old videos, but I never saw whatever it is that you're talking about.
Oh God, that's I was thinking of the cooking and drinking while cooking. There was this Justin's Kitchen. There were several iterations of that show, and he would get pretty sauced by the time the dish was done. It was pretty funny. He was an older fat guy who did Cajun food and would sauce the chef as much as he did the dishes, and whoo! By the end of it, he was.
I found the video I was talking about. I'll post it in the chat.
Okay. Cool.
Oh well.
Her name was Sarah. Oh, I can't post it in the chat.
Yeah, it's stupid like that. It won't let you post links for some reason.
Really?
Okay.
That's weird.
I'll post the name of it.
Huh.
Let's see.
Oh, okay, Sandra Lee, okay.
Sandra Lee?
Yeah.
I can't. Let me see. Sandra Lee, The Beginning, featuring Jim 81 Jim.
Yeah, that was like one of his
Wait,
first.
how come I can't see the chat? What the fuck?
You're not good enough.
I guess not.
Well, you have to actually go into the page, not the hangout.
Oh, yeah, you need to go to the YouTube page itself.
Oh, okay. I'm just watching it from the Hangout thing. Okay, I'll worry about that later. No big deal.
All right, I'm gonna hang on to this for a little while. I want to keep talking to you for a while before I watch that video.
Yeah, she's legitimately a bad cook.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
I just gotta see this. Because it kind of reminds me of that one other girl that Jim made fun of. I don't remember her name, but she made her son eat fertilizer.
Oh
What?
yeah, Mother K,
So-
something like that.
Oh, Mama
yeah.
Mama K.
God.
She does burlesque shows, and apparently, I believe that she had her son taken away from her.
Yeah, she
And
was a
now-
straight prostitute,
Yeah,
but she was
she
in Canada.
was
It was legal, so.
pretty much legal. But I think I checked out the son's Facebook page, and it seems like her son pretty much disowned his mother because of how she treated him.
Oh, I
And
hope
now
so.
pretty much sides with the father because of all that.
I hope so, man. That's,
Yeah.
Like he was like he almost looked like he was homeless.
Man, he pretty much was homeless. Like his mother abused him. Well, not and abuse is kind of like subjective, but she really did abuse him by making
I think you can
him
say
eat
abuse.
plants.
I believe you can use abuse in that sense.
Yeah, it was. And what else did she do? She pretty much left him in the house by himself while she was working on her burlesque shows.
And
Wasn't there some weird sexual stuff too that I'm
Yeah,
not
like
exactly remembering what it was?
she
but-
would record her son while he's taking a bath, and he would record her and all that shit.
Oh my god, that's just so weird.
yeah.
Yeah, like, and you'll never know how many parents are like that because that's something that the men's rights movement is trying to fight against. Like,
Well, that's
Like
one
the
thing
court-
is I can't really say for sure, but I think like stuff like that's been going on forever. Women taking advantage of boys and girls. It's just nobody said anything about it.
yeah, nobody opens up about that, and that's why.
I really think people underestimate how much a boy can be mentally disturbed because of stuff like that.
Exactly.
Even who cares if it's a hot ass woman? It could be Pamela Anderson or that was my
Yeah.
fantasy when I was a kid. So, but
And then she got hepatitis.
yeah, well, when I was a kid. I'm talking about Baywatch, okay?
And my condom glowed in the dark.
But like stuff like that really fucks with a kid. You put a standard on a kid at a very young age, and how is he gonna live with that standard when he gets older? Like automatically he finds out that relationship with a woman is all about take. It's not about like cooperation.
Yeah. But there's a lot of things we gotta fight against. Us MRAs.
What?
Well, I'm an MRA.
Get out.
Yeah. People tell me to get out all the time whenever I reveal that.
Oh, don't worry. I'm getting out to go see a movie. What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm a Meninist. I still think it's funny people have not figured out that's a satire.
That's just ridiculous, man. I don't even understand how they don't know this.
I still see articles about that, but people still don't realize it is all a satire. Meninist is
Yeah, it
satire.
is. Like that one girl that Teal Deer made fun of.
Yeah.
Well,
You remember that?
they'll use anything to fit their narrative. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't deny any radical claims on their side.
Well, that video was
Let's
just
go to
like,
Scum Manifesto, okay? Let's include that.
yeah. So we gotta keep plugging the Scum Manifesto to show just how fucked up feminism is. Can't stop.
I started watching this guy called Steven Crowder.
Huh?
Steven Crowder? I love Crowder. He's funny.
oh,
He's funny.
that's
I don't
the guy
agree-
that Sargon was on his show recently, right?
Yeah, I used to watch him way back too, before I lost my channel and or got locked out of my channel. I mean, but I forgot about him.
Steven who?
Steven Crowder. His show is called Louder with Crowder. I've been watching him for, God, I don't know how long.
What does he
'Cause I
talk
used to-
about?
Huh?
What does he talk about?
He's
It's like
kind
a
of
talk show.
he's a conservative comedian. which I know sounds like a contradiction, but
Well,
Yeah.
it's,
Well,
it's no
Milo's a
worse than
conservative
people like Matt
homosexual.
Binder.
well, I understand.
Oh,
but I mean, nobody
Matt
expects
Bender.
conservatives to be.
Don't mention his name to me because I might throw up.
I'm not
That's a
particularly
trigger.
funny either.
Yeah,
Matt Bender is a trigger.
yeah, it is. Ugh,
Who?
I hate that guy.
Matt Bender?
Yeah, I can't.
Oh,
He
I have
he.
no idea who that is.
He made a threat
I
on Twitter to MRAs.
really.
He said that he wanted to fight somebody on MRA, and he was obviously joking, but he tried to use that as a proof that we're all cowards or some shit like that.
Oh my God, the kid's like the smug little asshole.
Yeah, I'd beat
Anybody
his
would
ass
just
if I ever
break him
saw
in
him.
half. I mean,
Yeah,
come on.
anybody can, and he tried to be tough on Twitter.
yeah, I'm tough on Twitter. I just block everybody.
I'm annoying on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, it
being
takes a
triggered.
lot of effort to push that block button, okay?
Yeah,
I don't need no block bot.
yeah. I try not to block anyone, but
Oh,
if Matt Benner ever contacted me, I'd block him in a heartbeat.
so
Unfortunately, because I don't want to this. I don't even want to. Go ahead.
Dean Esme, one
Yeah.
of the MRA leaders, he was getting an argument with this girl but she apparently blocked him, or he blocked her, and she was like, "Oh, look at this killer block me." Well, I clicked on her thing. I've never talked to her before. I clicked on her page, her Twitter, and she has me blocked for no reason. I even checked to make sure I never talked to her in my life on this Twitter. She has me blocked, and I'm like, how are you going to complain to this guy who blocked you after you were talking to him? If you block me, there's no discussion here. Like, you just randomly block people that disagree with you, and you're going to blame him for blocking you.
Well, that's feminist for you.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear an echo. I think.
Yeah,
it's
I'm hearing it too.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. Can't prove anything.
Well, there's no
Yeah.
echo when you talk.
Oh.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Echo. What?
Oh, okay, I hear it now.
Yeah, I heard the echo, and I'm like, I don't like this echo.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man.
He's a robot, okay? Some wires.
Do you have headphones?
hollow. I can't help it.
We only just started having a problem with the mics.
Oh, really?
It's probably just the levels.
Well, do you have headphones?
Me? No.
Yeah.
I use a mic on my desk.
Well,
Not
that's
even
the problem.
sharing. What are you talking about? Not even. Well, I don't even know what's going on in the chat. People are complaining about the mics.
Really?
I do hear myself echoing now, but I have headphones on, so it's not me.
Oh, Ian Davis. I know that guy. He was on the Honey Badger radio show.
Well, maybe he should come
He's
do
on
our
chat.
audio.
He's in the chat right now. Hey, Ian Davis. I made a mistake by messaging you. I thought I had to message you to get on the Honey Badger radio show, but unfortunately I misread the description, the low bar. Sorry about that.
He's not sorry.
Sorry, I'm not sorry, but I am.
See,
I just made a mistake.
so is it common that Brianna Wu is just literally who? Can
Yeah,
we just?
I don't hear an echo anymore. It's like it's gone now.
Yeah, I think
It's
he
good
might.
now.
Well, fuck. It must be me then. Because I turned my mic off. But it wasn't doing it before, so what the hell changed?
Yeah, I don't know. It just came out of
your
nowhere.
audio might have- higher audio might have kind of touched it up.
Well, yeah. Let me adjust my volume and see if that works.
Sure.
So
He's gonna make clear. You probably just turn down the sensitivity on your mic.
maybe. Let me see here. See, the thing is, the mic. It's a really good mic, and it auto adjusts to some extent. So that's probably part of the problem. Let's see here. Recording devices.
You know, maybe Hannah Wong could be on the show.
What show? This show?
This show.
Is this
This
a regular
hangout.
show?
This hangout. I'm just saying.
I think
Okay.
this was impromptu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of pulled it out of my ass because I had nothing to do.
That works
Yeah.
for me.
It's really because I want to speak to Hannah Warren for a little bit because
But
she's awesome.
Have you talked about the hashtag gamer Kickstarter?
oh, that thing.
Yeah.
Oh dear God.
Because like we're gonna talk about both sides, but the only people we talk to is Brianna Moon, Zoe Quinn, and he mentions Ania Sarkeesian.
Let me. I wonder if I can do anything about the echo from my side of the control panel.
I don't know. Is it still bad?
Yeah.
Which is weird because I do the hangouts all the time and I don't usually have that problem. So I'm wondering if something is different here. Blah blah blah. Come on.
Maybe you
Where's
need
my
to
recorder?
buy a whole new computer.
Hey, the Red Robot does not have the money for that bullshit.
I don't have it either, but I just use credit.
Just cause Futurama, become a sex bot, and
Okay, I'm adjusting some levels here. Let me know if that's any better.
Or you could hump a washing machine like that robot in Robot Chicken.
Say, now the washing machine and I got along really great for a while, but then
the
the
washing
maintenance
machine
girl
was
got
asking for it.
well, the maintenance girl
Yeah,
got a little
she was
annoyed with
wet.
me, you know. That it was a bit much, you know.
Or the car.
Yeah, I had scuffed paint in places, and it was making maintenance girl annoyed.
Yeah, she waxed way too much.
A maintenance girl has to do a better job next time.
No, it's not her fault. She is working with a really old piece of equipment, i.e., me. No.
Well, what she needs to do is buy new parts. Buy new parts for you.
If she buys a new part, eventually it's going to be a new dude, and what the fuck am I going to
Trade in.
trade in? Oh, God damn it! That's what needed to be traded in. So, is the echo any better?
Let's
I
see.
think it's better.
Hello.
No.
God damn it. Well, I don't know. I'll see if maybe I can find some better audio software because it's really just the default stuff.
Maybe you could just gotta lower your volume a little bit.
Maybe. If this is any better.
Hello. I can still hear you.
Yeah. See, now once you hear it, it never goes away, does it?
Nope. Oh, I think it went away. Oh, never mind.
It's definitely not as bad as.
It's not as bad as it was, but it's still
There.
a little bit there. Yeah.
Well, I can remember horror stories of people that would use their cell phone to Skype while playing video games.
Oh no.
And I can't talk when I'm hearing myself on a delay.
Yeah, it's a little rough.
Yeah.
So I have somewhat of a speech impediment already, where I pause a little bit.
I have a speech
10
impediment.
times worse.
I have a speech impediment. I talk real slow.
I have a speech impediment. I'm an idiot.
I said in another hangout that I'm crazy. Like, do you know who Lisa Emerald is?
Who?
No.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with her.
Yeah, she's a girl that does like mental health videos.
Oh, wait a second. Was she on what's that guy's name?
Tildeer?
No, there was another. It was a MGTOW guy. Paladoc, ex-Paladoc or something.
Yeah.
Okay, then I've seen her on there.
Yeah, she has her own YouTube channel. I was just on her hangout, and I was talking to her about how crazy I am. But I'm not crazy. I just wanted to, like, she's a mental health guru, and I just wanted to say that I have this mental health issue that I'm crazy.
Maybe I should talk to her about some stuff.
Yeah, and I said that I was a dog the whole time.
Oh, so you're another kid.
Yeah. Well, not an other kin, but I said that I was an actual dog. But unfortunately, it wasn't a very long interview. Well, not interview, but long hangout, and I didn't get as many points out as I thought I could.
Did she get fed up with you?
No.
Like
Losers
it
are
was
outta here.
it was a random hangout like this, and it was kind of it just went all over the place, and then didn't know what to talk about.
Well, I think that this hangout turned out to be a lot more interesting than I thought it would. I was just began by talking to myself.
Yeah, well, I think it's the difference between girls and guys. Like when girls come together, they just talk over each other, and it's really hard to figure out what everybody's saying. But with guys, it's like more organized. It's more organized. Like one guy gets his turn saying something, the other guy gets his turn, someone else gets their turn, and it goes on and on like that.
It's
you may want to view the Sunday Fun Day shit that I host for the B list. That may dispel that notion pretty damn quick.
You know, I've been meaning to tell you that I've been meaning to come on one of those, but every time it's popped up, I've been doing something else.
Sunday Fun Day. What is that?
It basically when Bane a little while back did a promo video for small channels. I basically try on Sundays and occasionally during the evenings I try to scoop up as many of the people that are available to just do a hangout like this. So far, I've been mostly getting Spinosaurus, Electric Craft,
Spinosaurus Skin? I love that guy. You know what? Spinosaurus Skin, he actually looks like this guy that my ex-girlfriend hooked up with.
Oh God!
She cheated on me with this guy that looked like Spinosaurus Skin.
So you hate him?
I don't hate him. I just tried to look away from his face, and I tried to listen to him instead of look at him.
Well, see, you can watch the Sunday Fun Day because he uses his dinosaur icon for that.
Yeah. I mean,
we usually have Spino, a Collector Crafter, Bene, Noah, Tiki Bomber or Purple Sheep Studios, and Reels Before Feels. Those are the guys that almost always show up, and Reaper's been showing up occasionally too.
I gotta show up and talk about MGTOW.
Yeah, I'll try to make it next time.
Okay, so yeah, they usually start about 11 Central Standard Time and stop about 12:30.
It says like the last one was 2 hours.
Yeah, that was unusual because normally I have other obligations at 1 o'clock, so I have to try and put the brakes on it before then. Last weekend I didn't, so I just let it run until we all got bored, which was about 2 hours. Okay. Turns out the hour-and-a-half block is about right.
Well, these videos need more views. More people need to learn about anti-feminism.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know if the Sunday Fun Day thing is much of a bastion of anti-feminism. We really just sort of bullshit like this. I've tried to be organized and just said, fuck it. We have some fun and we go on. And like next time I'm try and talk about video games a little bit, but we'll just see how it goes. No,
the random stuff works pretty well.
Yeah, I guess
barely contained chaos.
I guess when there's too many people, then it gets hard to talk about like stuff like anti-feminism like that.
The honey managers manage to organize pretty well, but they clearly have a thing, a list of shit they plan on doing, whereas I do not.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Probably.
Well, like the honey badgers, I used to listen to honey badgers every week, but I kind of fell out of interest with it recently.
Yeah.
Well, there's honey badger.
I need to find some way to get myself on that show just cause.
I got myself on the show.
Good job.
Like they were doing like a mailbag of like all the emails that they get, and I managed to get myself on the show, and I spoke a little bit about MGTOW. Like I wanted to talk about like the split between MRAs and MGTOWs, and I managed to get my words out, but Addison Teeman didn't know what I was talking about.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, she's not really into the whole MGTOW thing.
Well, I think the honey badgers themselves are separating from MGTOW, right?
I don't think they ever were with MGTOW to begin with. Like they support the idea, but they don't listen to the MGTOWs themselves.
You know,
Well, honey badgers are pretty much all women. They
Yeah.
probably figured it's probably best not to.
yeah, it's going to be understandable their connection to MGTOW's a little tenuous because you know it's ladies that support men's rights and other fun stuff like that. So
Yeah.
they're always and they travel places, but it's always way too far north. I'm like, damn it, I cannot afford to go up there.
I don't. No, it's always in Canada. I don't want to go to Canada. I live in the States.
Well,
Yeah.
they've been to the U.S., but one time they got the cops called on them.
Oh god.
Another time they
Yeah.
got kicked out of a conference.
Yeah.
Another time there was a bomb threat. Well, that was GG.
No, that was a GG and DC.
Yeah.
Some bullshit.
There's a where I live. There's probably gonna be a Gamergate meetup, and if I can go, I will.
Oh, yeah?
I don't think they would have a Gamergate meetup where I live. They might. I saw a hashtag for San Francisco.
Oh, you
but
know,
that's not it.
actually, do you know Sage Gerard?
Yeah.
He tried to do a Gamergate meetup not too long ago in his hometown in Georgia. And the place where he was gonna hold it at, the manager got really mad at him and he didn't ban him from the place, but he told Sage Gerard that he found out what Gamergate is and he wanted nothing to do with it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was actually another manager that
Law and
kind of
Order.
like, just kind of like got an ear onto the guy that Sage Gerard spoke to.
What kind of place were they planning to hold the meetup at? Like, what was this place?
It was like a video game place.
Okay.
Like a video game bar.
I think what it might be is, it doesn't necessarily mean that the owner disagrees with what it's about, but it may be that they're afraid of losing business because of other people's views on it.
Yeah, that's actually what the manager claimed, but in reality, it really was politically based. They claim that they're not politically aligned, but they banned Sage and the group from having their party there, regardless, even though they did.
The thing is, that's how a lot of these people get these stores to say no to this. Because a lot of stores would rather just say, I'd rather be neutral.
Yeah.
And that's what they get them to flip towards. I'm neutral, so I'd rather you not be here. They try to attack by neutrality, it seems like.
I don't even think...
the store could be neutral about the topic, but they didn't want to deal with the hassle, and there was the bomb threat for GG and DC and stuff like that. So they probably just wanted it to be like that, but overall it still makes them seem like it's bad because stores are telling them, no, you can't be here.
Yeah. I think it was a very big mistake on Sage Gerard's part, because he kind of just advertised the store online before the event was planned to happen. So it was like an error on his part, and it kind of it devolved into this whole debacle about the managers not wanting them there and all that. But the managers actually stated themselves that they don't like the MRM or Gamergate. So it was politically aligned, and they claimed to be neutral, but they really weren't. Yeah.
Well, it's like a lot. You see it all the time, even with the MRA and with Gamergate. They try to find these horrible things that they try to equate with it, like the shooting recently at the church. They tried to say that had something to do with Gamergate.
Oh my God! Yeah, I saw that. That was ridiculous.
I didn't see that. What? Who said that?
They said something to the effect of, "This is what will happen if Gamergate has their way."
Yeah, they try to make these weird, they try to make these weird links between stuff. And what's his face? I killed
Elliot Rogers.
Elliot Rogers. They tried to say he was an MRA, and
Exactly.
And
Yep.
now they keep on trying to equate MRA with pickup artists, which is dumb. I mean, it's a good tactic if you don't like MRAs, but it's really underhanded to do to equate two people that have nothing together. It's like saying, oh, I don't know, Eastern Europe is all Nazis because they're within the same area or something. You know, like you can't equate two groups like that and say they're the same on all levels when they're not.
Well, that's feminist for you.
A lot of people would.
I don't know what to say then.
It's politics.
Well, yeah, I mean, you get that's the sometimes you get this desperate attempt to use an event politically to smear your enemies. It's something, unfortunately, I've grown accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, you see it every 4 years.
Well, not just every 4 years, but I mean, like, just an example. I'm trying to think of a good example here. Well, I mean, not only did someone try to tie the shooting to, somehow strangely to Gamergate. Fortunately, I didn't see a lot of that, but someone also tried to tie it to, the Fox News, which I'm like, yeah, right. Like, okay, look, I don't care what you think about any of the news organizations. That's a little ridiculous. None of them were like going, yeah, go shoot some people. Oh, you dumb motherfuckers, please. That kind of stuff happens all the time, unfortunately. It's just, opportunism of the worst sort.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. There's a lot of things like Scum Manifesto. You can't hide. You can't deny that there were feminists that tried to kill as many men as possible.
It doesn't help that feminists tried to save Valerie Solanas from going to jail as well.
Was that the girl that cut off her husband's dick?
No, Valerie Solanas is the one who wrote the Manifesto.
Yeah.
Got the shit out of Andy Warhol. And she would have been a mass shooter for gun misfires.
Horrible with names.
Yeah, people tried to save that girl, that lady that chopped off her husband's dick as well. Like, feminists tried to save her.
Yep.
They tried to say that she was a victim of domestic violence, but he had already filed for divorce paperwork when all that happened, and they were already in the process of breaking up.
I was actually talking about like the Lorraine Bobbitt and John Bobbitt. Like that was back in the 90s.
Ye oldie school, Jesus.
Yeah,
We're gonna be having somebody who's joining us.
I think he was abusive, but the feminists tried to save Lorena Bobbitt anyway. Like giving the excuse that he was abusive, so he deserved it. And feminists, I've heard feminists say this as well. Like the guy that got his dick chopped off by that other lady, Catherine. I forget her name. Catherine, I think it is. Who chopped off her husband's dick because he wanted a divorce. Yeah. Feminists were trying to say, well, maybe not say, but they were degrading the guy that got his dick chopped off.
I got a big YouTube comment section battle with the feminists on that one too. Like I literally did so much research on that case, and was like, she was saying all stuff like he had hit her, he abused her, but everything she said was actually flipped. Everything that she said about him was actually the girl doing.
Oh my god.
And it was so backwards. I was like, that they were filing for divorce.
Yeah.
Like they were already divorced.
I got somebody that told me that the guy deserved it. Yeah, at least one person. I can't remember anybody else, but there were obviously more.
I think that's one of the reasons why I think what everybody says is satire at this point, because, I don't know, I'd like to hope that people don't think it's okay to cut off your husband's dick because he filed for divorce.
What did I do? I accidentally screwed stuff up on the control panel side of things.
Actually, it was probably for the best. Red Robot was echoing too much.
Hey.
There we go. I think I fixed it.
Yeah.
I was trying to play around with the volume settings and stuff, and
Okay, what did you do?
It was
Yeah,
it was an accidental mute.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
Okay.
did you fix the echoing thing?
I fixed it when
You kind of did.
apparently I fixed it when it muted you.
Oh well, fuck you assholes.
Unfortunately, that's probably for the best. If you want to talk again, you could just unmute yourself. But then you have to mute again if you want to just let us talk.
Yeah, I do have a button on my mic. This is weird. I haven't had
Yeah,
this
that's
happen before.
strange. I mean, it wasn't even doing this when you first came on, so I don't know what happened.
Oh, hello.
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 Now I don't see I don't hear an echo.
I don't hear it
I think you
either.
got it. I think you got it, Red Robot.
Well, I turned my mic off. And we got somebody else here too.
Oh, you're lucky.
So who's new?
Hi.
How's
Hello.
it going?
Hello,
All right.
Green.
Hey.
How you doing?
All right. I'm just chilling.
Okay, I gotta ask, what is that icon supposed to be?
That's Beats emblem from Jet Set Radio.
Jet Set Radio.
Okay.
Oh, Jet Set Radio, the game that Sega made.
I've never played that.
It's for the Dreamcast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and, I played the sequel for the Xbox, and that was like
Pretty
one
good.
of it's one of the games I did 100% on.
Nice.
You know what sucks is that Jet Set Radio isn't as famous as Sonic.
Well, I was in the Sega camp through the whole thing, so I'm happy with both.
Yeah,
Processing.
there's just so many franchises that Sega created that are not as popular as Sonic. You could probably make the argument.
PSO2 here.
You could probably make the argument for Virtua Fighter, but other than them, there's pretty much nobody that could hold a candle to Sonic. Like, Nintendo has all these franchises that are like people have memories of, like Mario, Zelda, Fox, Pokemon, but Sega just has Sonic, and that's bullshit. And Capcom has a lot of franchises that people know about as well.
Yeah, Mega Man, Street Fighter.
You know what? I've always thought about this. Like, if Nintendo went out of business tomorrow, I always felt like Capcom could take their place, like, with no problem at all. Like,
Well, that might have been true back then. I'm not sure anymore. Because doesn't Capcom really, all they're doing right now is like Street Fighter 5?
And Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
I think they're doing a lot of shit, but they have so many like IPs, intellectual properties, that they could actually like take Nintendo's place as the third console making company in the world, and they would have no problem at all.
And see, like they got a bunch they could just summon up to if they really wanted to.
Yeah, like just imagine like a Capcom console where Mega Man and Street Fighter are they're just exclusives to that console. And there's no Street Fighter for PS3 or PS4 or Xbox One. Just imagine that.
A console
I'm
like
not sure I
that.
would listen to that much.
Like, you know how Sony seems to have it cornered whenever it comes to JRPGs.
I guess.
A Capcom console would almost become the ideal system for fighting games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, doesn't Capcom own Dragon Quest? Or is that never mind. I was thinking
No,
of
that was Square. Yeah.
Never mind. I was thinking of a different game. I'm sorry, I fucked up.
God.
They own
it's
Darkstalkers.
terrible.
I don't know if that's what you're thinking of.
What what?
They have Darkstalkers.
No, there's some RPG. I thought Capcom had an RPG
Capcom
series.
had Resident Evil.
No,
Or am I wrong?
it's something else. Shit.
Dragon's
I was
Dogma?
Capcom had an RPG series, and I can't remember what it is now.
Fire.
Was it Breath of Fire?
Oh, they had Monster
Breath of
Hunter.
Fire.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's okay. They shot Breath of Fire pretty bad on the in Dragon Quarter anyway. So you can't fucking play it. It's like, oh yeah, you know the great things that the things that make Breath of Fire great. You know, like turning into a dragon and exploring. Yeah, you get to do none of that shit.
Kind of reminds me of.
Well, Capcom's got Ace Attorney, Bionic Commando.
Yeah.
Ghost
It has
Rider.
all those. It has all those franchises, and that's why I say they could be an amazing first-party producer.
Yeah, they
I
do
think
have
if they took the time to handle their properties right, it would probably work out. But with the way they've treated like Mega Man and all that stuff, I don't see it happening right now.
Mm.
Hey, you remember Dino Crisis?
Yeah, my friend practically beats himself off to that game.
Really? Dino
I'm pretty
Crisis.
sure that series is why he has a thing for redheads.
Oh god, yeah.
And then
I know why
3
I have a thing
happened.
for redheads, but it's not Dino Crisis.
That's probably why I have a thing for redheads too.
Yeah, and then 3 happened.
Oh,
Huh.
I never played it.
This
It's
girl
in
isn't
space,
that hot.
and they have, it's in space, and they have genetically modified dinosaurs.
I'm kind of glad I haven't played it. It's like
was
It's
in
not
that
an
kind
IP
of-
that I've heard all that much of.
Oh, I forgot. They also have Devil May Cry. How can I forget that?
oh
Yeah, nobody can forget that.
I
And
think they do have
Beautiful
Resident
Joe.
Evil.
Yeah, Beautiful Joe is another one.
See,
Like, see, these are all franchises that you can name off the top of your head very easily, so, and that's why I say if Capcom ever joined the console race, they'll pretty much be all right.
I can see them like, bumping fists with, or being bros with like Bandai and
Yep.
SNK.
They will. They will be bros with them, and if they could get Bandai and SNK to make exclusive content for their Capcom console, they'll
It
be
seems-
bigger than they would already be.
It seems
Yeah.
like it's really difficult for consoles to keep like exclusives though in this day and age. I mean, almost everything is multi-platform.
unless you have
console
PC, and then
exclusives
everybody
piss me
hates
off
you.
anyway. And I mean, because it's not like it's invariable that since I'm not a fanboy of one particular console, I mean, I would like to be able to play some of these games, and console exclusives kind of fuck me over.
Yeah.
The only reason I own an Xbox is because I like Halo, liked Halo and Mass Effect. That was it. That's the only reason I own the fucking thing, and I did pick up some other games for it, but shit. That's
Well,
a lot to spend to play 2 games.
Besides is when you're a PC gamer and you gotta hope and pray that within a couple weeks of them announcing their release, they're gonna say that they're gonna have a PC port, and hope that it's not broken like.
Yeah, like Arkham Knight. Oh,
Fuck, man, that pissed me off. I was gonna buy that this Tuesday because it's payday, and
So
I can't.
this was all Warner Brothers' fault, was it?
I don't know.
Like I'm hearing that basically they let Warner Brothers have put Warner Brothers in the driver's seat, and they ended up like loading up some midway build for everyone to download.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Oh shit! So I heard they brought it to like another developer to do the port for it, and that's what fucked up. It was Warner Brothers.
I don't know what's going on with that.
And then they gave the keys back to Rocksteady, so now they're playing catch up.
I hope it doesn't take that long to fix it.
Uh,
Ultimate fanboy, I still want it. After getting beaten and battered.
there's that one Tecmo game that they put up.
oh god, yeah, Tecmo made some funky games.
I hear that I was watching TB do his report on it, and basically is an example of why Tecmo sucks at PC ports. But okay, here's what's funny. The frame rate is locked to everything else in the game. So when he has it up to like,
right?
so when he had it up like at 100, everything is moving super fast.
Yeah. As one of the racing games is like that too.
The thing was, he says that this just seems to be a theme with Tecmo.
You will be at 30 frames per second.
And he says that he says Tecmo has a very rabid fan base.
Oh god.
Better to. Well, actually no. Thinking about it, it's kind of nice being part of the fan base that is fractured. Sonic's.
Yeah.
After Sonic 06 at 6.
No, it was ever since Sonic did anything 3D really.
I don't think so. Like their first 3D game was pretty good, and the second one too.
The last one that they did, Generations, was alright.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I watched this one guy on YouTube, Combander Mani, and he does some crazy shit in that game. And he's usually doing some mods for that game also.
Mods, really?
The mods don't look as good as I would like them to look, so I'm not really interested.
What I like is like if he's trying, he'll like go places in the map that you'd never think possible to do strange turns and shortcuts.
Yeah, that's Sonic Generations for you. But I used to be.
Wait, which one was Generations? I'm confused.
That's the one that they put on all systems, including PC, and had.
Oh, it was that massive collection.
It was the throwback.
Right?
No, it was the throwback game.
Hey, so you Sonic fanboy, answer me a question if you can. What the fuck was with the princess in that what the fuck?
Bestiality.
It's just some retarded thinking.
I
don't even know what happened to like Sega in recent years, because it's like they keep seeming to try to do something different with Sonic, and I think that's what really ruined the franchise for a lot of people, because people want to go fast and they don't want all this extra shit.
They kind of started coming back when they ever since Colors they started having a better turn, and then they did Sonic Boom.
Yeah, yeah, they keep like trying to do something different, and I think that's the problem. Like, they can't just stick to basics.
They're kind of like Nintendo in some ways or with the Sonic thing, because it seems like they always do the right thing on the handheld.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They do.
Like even Sonic Boom's tolerable on the handheld.
Nah, I saw that.
It was pretty good.
Hey, look, if Sonic is going to do something different, you know what they need? Sonic needs the equivalent of Paper Mario.
I think they had that already.
Wasn't there a Sonic RPG?
Together
yeah, there was.
There was?
Yeah.
I played the shit
Sonic
out of that. What's it called?
Sonic Chronicles.
Sonic Chronicles is an RPG?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hearing that it was made by BioWare.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, they say that game is pretty good. If they made another one, they'll have to like learn from their mistakes a little bit.
It's not a mixed reception. I think that they actually tried to team up with Archie Comics with that one.
Well,
what? Archie Comics?
Yeah, Archie Comics Archie Comics and Sonic collaborated a lot.
Yeah.
The cartoons.
They've been running pretty much all of Sonic's comics except for a few UK ones. For as long as I can remember, like I started collecting those things when I was in kindergarten.
It's too bad, like, the president is, like, batshit crazy, though. Did you hear about that?
No.
But she was the one that was calling all of her male employees penis. Like, in meetings, if you were to say something or asked to talk to, go, okay, penis, go ahead.
Wait, what?
Oh, okay.
I think it was her. I think it was the president of Archie Comics, because she inherited it from her husband, who passed away. And I guess she just got really, like, crazy and just started calling all men by penis.
That's really
see, this is something that us MRAs need to, like, be aware of, because this is the kind of harassment that can't be tolerated from women.
See, that's a different kind of dick joke right there.
No, but if a guy were to say that to a girl, like, okay, pussy,
It was some tits.
yeah, what's up, tits?
What's up, tits, McGee?
He'd get sued.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically, it's wrong no matter who it's coming from.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and this bitch is gonna call people dicks.
she
Fuck her.
must have thought she was in a penal colony.
Well, somebody needs to fire this bitch.
Well, that's the problem. She's the boss. Maybe she'll just get old and run out. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe she's gone senile. I don't know.
I don't think she was that old either. I think she was just crazy. I have an aunt that reminds me a lot of these women sometimes. Just no
She calls you
self-awareness.
penis.
No, not like that. But no self-awareness, no responsibility for what she does. But she's like mentally handicapped for the most part. Not like completely. She just did a whole lot of drugs when she was younger, and now her brain's fried. But it's like the same. Like I noticed similarities between like these women and my aunt, that there's like no self-awareness between their actions and causes of their actions. Like they can do something really fucked up, get in trouble for it, and they'll act like, "What did I do? Why are you doing this? I said I'm sorry." I've noticed.
It's like when you get to be an old man and you're allowed to flip off children at the park.
Oh, listen to this.
But that's on purpose, though. We all know why they do that.
I just found this article about this bitch. It's bound to be linked on the men's rights subreddit. Female Archie Comics CEO claims she can't be held liable for sexually harassing employees by shouting penis at them because they're white men.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
So wait, only white men have penises now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. Like
I gotta be honest. I didn't think
BBC
it was
doesn't
what you were famous
exist.
for.
BBC doesn't exist.
Big black cock.
Yeah, like so
Since
this
when are we
bitch.
famous for penises? I mean, as white dudes,
Well, it sounds like we got more problems than Ken Penders.
I've known women to think that penis was a funny word, but I think it's just because they're immature.
Yeah.
So
What do you mean? We think penis is a funny word.
I didn't say I wasn't.
Penis is hysterical.
I
We had like
did
the
not say
Pen
I
15
wasn't.
Club joke in my school.
Yeah. To me, this bitch is a feminist. That's what she is. Yeah.
I think on top of that, she's also crazy.
Yeah, that may also have something to do with it.
But I definitely know the similarities between these types of women and my aunt. But my aunt has a reasonable explanation to why she's like that and somewhat childish. But these women, as far as I know, they're able to act professionally enough to be put in a position. So I don't get it. I think it's just like complete like delusional and self-awareness. Like
I'm gonna post this on the men's rights subreddit right now. If it's not posted here. Let me see. I just gotta find it. Archie Comics.
Is Chairman Powell still in office?
Yeah, it's posted here. Fucking.
I actually don't even know. I noticed on the front page of Reddit a couple of times. I saw some of the mocking posts.
Because I know like she had that legal thing.
Oh yeah, something about she had to pay $250,000 for that lawsuit that she tried to pull.
Yeah.
What?
She tried to claim that one of her employers was discriminating against her,
Oh, and you see.
and she lost the court case.
Oh, the Reddit CEO.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Ellen Powell, that bitch. She's another bitch. That
Well, there's
like,
that
Comrade
guy.
Powell.
There's that guy that got banned by the mod for saying like, I don't know, it was a trap joke, right?
Was she born a woman? I'm just curious. I know
To my
I'm not
knowledge,
supposed to ask these things. I know it's not progressive, but she looks like she used to be a man, and
Progressive.
who did?
I was surprised. I was surprised to hear
Is
that
that how V says it?
Brandon wasn't. I was like, Brandon, I don't know.
Yeah, she is trans.
Yeah,
She's
she
not
was.
pretty, but she definitely pulls it off.
She was born a man.
She's not attractive, but she definitely looks like a female.
I remember listening to this interview Jim had with a couple of trans, one being Iron Liz. She was the only one I knew about before this, and they were commenting on her. They kind of lost respect for her after she started pulling her trans card.
You know what? You know what? Is interesting about that interview is that Jim was talking about how he was going to make like a series of videos about like that guy with the glasses, and those trans girls that were in that guy with the glasses were talking about how like, hey, this place is a little bit weird. According, well, that's not the word they used, but they kind of implied that it was kind of weird for them, so they left. And Jim was Internet Aristocrat. He was gonna make like a series of videos, and unfortunately, it looks like he doesn't want to make those videos because he just doesn't have like the drive like the rest of us do to make content.
Yeah,
He
I
does
keep
what
on
he
wondering
wants
if he's jumped ship on his account. Like
Well, he
did
made a
with,
new account.
Yeah, he said-
IA.
He stated that he's done that for years, like for like 8 years. He's like closed his accounts.
Didn't his
And
computer just
stuff.
shit the bed this time?
I don't think so. It was.
He
I don't
said he
think
had
that's
hard
what it
drive
is.
issues. That's what he's
Oh, is that
currently
what
saying.
I doubt that. I
Well,
really
when he
doubt
goes
that.
in Internet Aristocrat, I think it's because of drama with Mundane Matt. Because
No.
I know he has a feud with Mundane Matt for sure.
Really?
Oh
He
yeah.
reversed
Yeah,
him as a
he doesn't like how
black
Monday Matt try that has a Patreon and
Yeah,
asks
but
for money.
you know that's a bunch of bullshit, though. I mean, there's nothing wrong. At least he's upfront and honest about what he's trying to do. You know, he's not trying to con you into money.
Yeah, like
Well,
Sandman.
I was listening to Monday Matt, like, I think about the time when he first started, when he still had, like, about 1,000 viewers. And he's definitely changed a lot. He's a little bit more consistent in what he's saying. He used to be, I think he used to be a little more rage-like, more reactionary.
Yeah, I think that was him. Yeah.
Moo-ha-ha.
He definitely mellowed out after, like, the Zoe Quinn thing and all that.
I wish he was like more reactionary, like his old self,
But
because
He
It's
definitely
kinda
got lucky, though. That whole Zoe Quinn thing.
Yeah, his channel went from like 15,000 to like 60 now.
Yeah,
Pretty
he, like,
crazy.
skyrocketed just because of that.
well, he's no internet aristocrat though.
Well, I wouldn't say.
He seems
I like
to-
Aristocrat's videos, but he's not like like he doesn't want to make content for like just all the time.
I'm not sure Internet Aristocrat is Internet Aristocrat.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
Jim.
Jim generally seems to have some kind of a message where Matt's style, he usually doesn't have a message. He usually just has his thoughts presented as his thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what I meant is like Jim doesn't seem like a guy that's looking to make money from this. He's just looking to say what's on his mind.
To call out what he sees.
Yeah.
Matt
Yeah.
more, he's a bit, well, I guess he tries to hold back himself a lot more than Jim would.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's just like Matt is more like
He's less
the type
snarky.
of guy, that wants to offend anybody.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
unless they're famous.
that may just be his actual personal views. I mean, it
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily mean he's like, oh, I
I
don't
don't
want
think
to.
he's holding anything back. I think he
He-
he's not as opinionated as most.
More reserved, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is not. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it's good to listen to somebody that has a little bit of a more calm perspective. Like I listen to Internet Aristocrat to hear like people just get ripped into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Straight comedy.
Then there's
Teal
He-
Deer.
I like
Oh, yeah.
I like his channel a lot. Yeah.
I love Teal Deer. He's awesome.
He's my second favorite anti-feminist on YouTube, next to Karen Strong.
Teal deer is my spirit
actually,
animal.
I have to. I should actually probably meet Karen because I'm in the same city as her.
Oh, you are?
Stalker.
Yeah.
No doxing. Gamergate is notorious for doxing.
I know, right?
Except-
people get shot up on the make-believe streets and all.
All these lives shattered.
These drive-bys on
Karen-
unexisting streets.
Karen's fallen off the radar too. Like she doesn't make content as much as she needs to, because now
She did other stuff before she did this. She used to write erotic novels and stuff.
But that doesn't really that's not activism.
I don't know. It depends on what your idea of activism is. No, I know what you mean. I'm kidding.
Gamergate erotic novel.
Hey, I'd read that shit, but you know.
And then Zoe Quinn called up Ben Kuchera and said, "Fine, you can put it there, but I get 5 stars."
Wait, what is this now?
Just making up fan fiction.
Okay.
Gamergate. Satire.
Okay. Well, you never know.
No, I really don't care what she did. I think at this point we just need to be sure to realize that she has no stake in Gamergate anymore.
She wasn't really ever important. It was more of the fact that that there was just the corruption that was going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It could have been anybody.
I don't know, and I don't know about anyone else, but when this whole Gamergate thing and the collusion of the of games journalists came about, I would like to think I was the least surprised person watching it, because this is something I had become accustomed to in social justice warrior-ish, left-leaning progressive pushing media in the rest of the world.
Oh yeah.
In the regular everyday, feminism does this sort of thing all the time, as well as, well, pretty much, the radical left in general loves to do this sort of thing. Basically, tone policing and collusion. Where I'm trying to think of the example here. Where somebody drug up an old example, very similar to the "Gamers Are Dead" thing that popped up all at once. At one point during the election of Bush's first go-round, when he chose Dick Cheney as his VP, all of a sudden a word that you had almost never heard spoken in the English language suddenly popped up on every fucking news report: gravitas.
Oh, what?
Gravitas. Basically, the implication was somebody decided that was the appropriate tone, that George Bush Jr. was a lightweight, and he had picked Dick Cheney as his running mate to add gravitas, basically heft of political weight to his ticket. Well, it was a term that nobody used before. All of a sudden, everybody used that term, supposedly independently. That's why when this whole thing about Gamers Are Dead popped up all in the same day, I was like, "Yep, I've seen that shit before." This is quite well. The Game Journal Pros list, the big boy world journalist equivalent is the Journo list, which is a similar mailing list, did the same thing, where all the left-wing media collude, which I read. The collusion level is not as deep as everyone's paranoid about, but the fact is, because the most part, they're already on the same page. They just need the timing is what they were getting together, not the tone. Because they already had the same narrative of gamers are bad. They just need to know when to release their thought. And there you go. So I was not all that surprised when this came up, because you could kind of read the writing on the wall just by reading Kotaku. Whenever Patricia Hernandez talked about anything, it was like listening to Maureen Dowd talk about politics. I've just gone into the weeds, haven't I?
Yeah, I
get what you're saying.
Me too, because
it's not as big of a controversy, but there's still collusion involved.
I'm pretty sure, like, on these left wing sites, they all work together and shit. They're not really in compete. They just want to kill the right.
Well, it's like Yeah, like to say that they don't talk to each other and work things out together is absurd.
Yeah,
But
that's understandable to some extent. But there's definite coordination of message to get a particular agenda across. So when they did it to the gamers, to us, I was neither surprised. Well, I'm lying. I was surprised because I did not expect it to come here so quickly. Although in hindsight, I looked back and went, okay, yeah, I see exactly
games
what
are
they're
a
doing.
bigger industry than movies.
Yeah, that's why. Because this sort of shit happened to pen and paper games to some extent, and it's already happened in novels. But comparatively speaking, yeah, the reason why this is such a big fucking deal to feminists is because if you want a message to communicate to the next generation of voters, here's where you do it in video games.
I know that there was a controversy with the newly mothered baby products. There was like baby products forums, and these companies would give these mothers free like diapers and stuff. But the only reason why they became a controversy is because these mothers actually care about what they gave to their children. You know what I mean? Like they're not going to give dangerous or forced bad quality stuff to their children. So of course, like they could give them as much free stuff as they want, and there wouldn't be a problem because they still have an objectivity to it because it's for their baby, not for them. Games, you really can't really do that. You still have to say, hey, I'm getting this stuff from them. This is basically an advertisement. And I think that's where a lot of the problems were as well.
Yeah, I think if you want an example, at least in my opinion, of how gaming journalism should run when this sort of thing comes up, oh god, I'm trying to remember the name of the site, but there's a hold on a moment, my brain just melted. I had it right there. It was RPGNet. RPGNet is a good example. Every time somebody reviews, as far as I've ever noticed, anytime somebody reviews something on RPGNet, if they had anything to do with that game, that's the first fucking paragraph is, hey, by the way, I got this copy for free, or hey, by the way, I helped consult on this game and I got my copy for free. They spell that shit out right up front and then go on with their review.
It's not something hard to do either.
No, it's all it takes is just a couple sentences. Hey, I was involved in this game, or hey, this friend of mine is. I'm reviewing a game, or even just say, look, or even tell somebody on the forum, say, I'd love to review this game, but they're a close friend of mine, so I think it's inappropriate. I'll review some other game that somebody else in the office is a close friend of. We'll trade.
And it's not even like Gamergate has been very demanding about this either. Look at Escapist. Escapist was on the boycott list, and now it's preached out with praise because they decided, hey, we will do what they ask. We will do an ethics policy and stick to it.
And when about 6 or 7 years ago, when gamers got pissed off about how much game companies had influence over game reviews, nobody raised a stink then. At least nobody in the journalist community was totally pissed off about that. It's like, okay, that was perfectly legitimate. This apparently they're offended by because what they're trying to do now is they're actively attempting to change the culture. They don't care about gaming. Most of these motherfuckers aren't actually gamers.
Well, it's like the games,
Right.
the Indie Games Festival. Like, there's so much corruption in there too. Like, changing rules so people can win twice, or somebody change their name so they can actually win this year. Like,
God,
people blatantly saying so-and-so wants to have sex with me, so his game's gonna definitely win this year. Like, dude, it's still. I guess you can still like have somewhat of a tin hat for some of it, but there's so much stuff out there that's before people started raising hell about it.
It's kind of funny. I never hear anybody talking about GameSpot. When they're kind of like patient zero of these controversies.
Oh, no, I'm thinking Game Informer.
I think one of the reasons why GameSpot and Game Informer gets a pass is because it's glaringly obvious to anyone who comes in and gets a magazine that it is a house organ. Which, I'll be honest with you, and this is my journalism in general, I would prefer that if they have an agenda, they fly their freak flag high, so we all at least we know. It's this pretension of independence that bothers me. This pretending that they're objective that pisses me off. When we know they have an agenda, they state it when they think we're not listening, but then they pretend objectivism when that they're objective when it suits them, which is a load of horseshit. Game Informer will at least give the credit for being we know they're a house organ.
Yeah.
That's fine. They've never really hid it from us. I'll give them that.
Well, you pretty much get them automatically delivered to your house if you shop at GameStop.
Yeah, pretty much. I used to have it because it was a fun magazine.
Demos. They used to have demos. I loved that.
Mm-hmm.
They had demos. And they got rid of demos. I was like, get shit out of here.
Speaking of which,
Demo.
does any of you remember the PlayStation magazine, the one that would actually come on CDs? Anybody remember that? Oh my God. Yeah, there was.
Are you supposed to come with the demo disc?
No, yeah. Well, it would come with demos, but it would also sometimes come with just content on the CD.
Oh no, I haven't.
Oh yeah, and there was like you sometimes have game save files. It was really early on. Let me put it this way: one of the first games that I had seen on it was a game called Carnage Heart, which was so early in the PlayStation's tenure it had one of the big boxes.
Huh. I remember actually a few of the little bonuses that came with PC Gamer. One of them I remember came with a CD that had. This was actually kind of weird how they did it, but it had like a CD with the files for Command and Conquer 2, but then you had to burn them to another CD. It was weird. The only thing I really ever cared about is the Guild Wars minis. Whenever they had those.
Huh. Well, I remember when GameStop was called FuncoLand.
I remember that.
And if you bought the membership, you got a subscription to a magazine. And they used to have monthly demos that would come out, and they used to be my PlayStation Life was those demos. I remember the only like real good game that I remember ever getting because of those demos was Legend of the Legati? Legend of the
Legaia?
Yeah.
Legend of the Guy, yeah.
Oh yeah, that game was good. That game was freaky, but it was good.
That was my favorite game of all time, like PlayStation age.
Oh man.
I'm trying to remember which one that was. I think they advertised it with like gas masks or something.
No, that was something else.
You had to save these trees, and these trees will like get rid of this mist.
Oh, it's like a poison mist or something, right?
Yeah, like the monsters always hung out in the mist, and that's how.
It's kind of
weird.
Kind of the same kind of setup as FF9 or.
I believe so.
Except mist is poisonous.
Something like that.
I remember at the end you don't get the girl, or at least I don't think you got the girl. That used to piss me off.
Dude, speaking of older RPGs, anyone here played Skies of Arcadia?
I wanted to bring that up all
Yeah.
night.
You don't just get the girl; you get both of them.
And you save. Okay, I think I liked how this one comic described as like the first panel. Okay, you're half an hour into the game and you've already taken over or taken down a ship, fought a boss, and saved the girl. And you still got an entire full experience ahead of you.
Oh, and that's one of the things I really liked. I wish there had been a sequel because I really liked the ship combat. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that.
That's like one of my other games I've 100%ed.
Same here.
I think the only game.
That and Ape Escape 3.
Oh,
Holy
Ape
crap.
Escape. That was one. I remember that on a demo disc and never actually got to play it, except for demo of it. I think the only game I can remember 100%ing besides like RPGs and stuff was Tony Hawk.
Well, I'm going. my rant power souls are run down. I'm going to head out, guys. Thanks for inviting me. I really appreciate it, Scratch.
Good to have
Hopefully, I'm up for another one of these, and hopefully, I take my echo with me because you sorry bastards don't deserve it.
Yeah, you're right. We don't.
Well, in that case, then I'm going to leave it with you.
Hey, thanks.
He's gonna keep his headset next to his.
I'll cherish this when I sleep tonight.
Later.
Later. So,
okay, well, I don't know what I'm kind of spacing out. And
Yeah, I am too. I'm playing Fallout.
Hey, just curious, Scratch?
Sure, what's up?
So I see you on Tumblr sometimes, but I'm guessing you only use it to post your videos?
For the most part, I occasionally have other uses, but
I think we've chased off most of the antis on the GG tag.
really,
Yeah, let's see. I think first we had Illuminati, who I kind of made my personal project to just rebuttal all her bullshit. Or his, I'm not sure who that was.
Illuminati.
SJW Illuminati.
Yep. That's pretty much like how insane they are. They probably believe the Illuminati.
Oh, I met somebody who does, but he's not an SJW. He's a Freemason.
Oh boy. You know
He
what?
listens to. He seems to be a big fan of Infowars.
Well, Infowars. I gotta make sure not to take too serious or take too much to heart.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I do kind of like watching Watson sometimes, particularly if he gets into.
Yeah, good.
If he gets into the Gamergate stuff, I've watched his videos on that.
Yeah, Paul Joseph Watson, he's awesome. Like, I gotta make.
The other guy seems a bit out there.
Yeah, I kind of just pick and choose what people say. Like, if they say something good, I'll listen to that. If they say something bad, I'll just disregard it. Like, and I think that's probably like a fault in my part. Like, because in many cases, like, there are a lot of people that say something really nasty, but people ignore it and just listen to what they want to hear. And there are others like they may say something really nasty and just focus on that and disregard like all the other good stuff that they say. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's me as well. But like I don't really know of anything that Paul Joseph Watson has said that I really have like very deep negative feelings towards. Like,
He's very selective of what he actually reports on.
yeah, like he talks about gender issues and race issues.
That, and I mean, like, his MO is like he says he doesn't like to do anything that he can't provide at least some evidence on.
Yeah, that's true. That's kind of like there are some people that do that, and people listen to those people all the time.
Like, there's like that one lady who thought that they were spiking the water when she saw rainbows in her sprinkler.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Okay, actually, I got the same vibe from that lady, from the one lady that Teal Deer put up, who thought that.
Oh yeah, with the deer.
Yeah, she thought the deer crossings were for the deer's benefit.
Oh yeah.
You know, Teal Deer actually got that from somebody else called Mayor of MGTOWN.
Uh-huh.
And Mayor of MGTOWN got that from a video that was posted like years ago. That video was years old.
I've seen that. I've heard that clip on Facebook a couple times.
Yeah.
He seems to have been trying to investigate MGTOW more lately.
I hate MGTOW. MGTOW
I
used to
see
be, yeah, MGTOW used to be a great movement back in the day, but in recent times,
It came from
fuck.
Japan, right?
No, it was like a philosophy invented by some guy, and its original focus was more like about installing masculinity in men, femininity in women, and limited government, and that's pretty much all it was at when it was first installed into the mainstream consciousness. But then it, like when Barbarossa came into the scene, he just like, I don't know what happened, but he kind of like made it all into like don't get married for anything. And then a few years later, till present day, now it's all like super radical. Don't even interact with women for anything. Hate on them.
Bane 666, he's a MGTOW, right?
Yeah, then
Yeah,
there's
he is.
then there's what's his name? Something something bastard.
Oh, the 8? Or
Inconsiderate bastard, I think it was.
Yeah,
as long as you don't talk about
I don't
Steve.
recognize him. I don't recognize that name.
He's he goes around with like a Phoenix Wright theme, and he's generally tries to be kind of
I might have seen him recently, actually.
he's pro GG. He doesn't at least he seems to be willing to learn from things.
Yeah.
Because like when he came to trans, he's like, I was gonna bash this, but then I found evidence showing that there might be some legitimacy here, so I'm not going to.
Well, we need that kind of shit here. There's just like too many people that are just too reactionary about anything. Like a lot of MGTOWs.
He puts up a tough guy attitude, but he generally seems to he doesn't talk shit that much.
He cares
Wasn't
about.
Barbarossa doxxed a couple weeks back? Not
Yeah.
doxxed, people thought pictures of him.
I guess I'm out of the loop on this stuff.
Yeah, Barbarossa got doxxed a couple of months ago, and he blamed A Voice for Men for it.
I don't think it was a voice for men.
It wasn't A Voice for Men, and
He should have blamed the patriarchy.
the only A Voice for Men only found out about it when I told them. I made a comment on A Voice for Men. Did you know that Barbarossa and Stardust got doxxed? And Paul even wrote an article about it. But he claimed his innocence on that. But Barbarossa continued to bash him. He tried everything he could to paint it on MRAs.
How big is Stardust? Like, I mean, is it more than one person?
Stardust is just a Stardust. He's just one guy. He has
so this is that Thinking Ape guy?
Yeah, Thinking Ape. Yeah, he got doxxed as well, but he was more cool about it.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, he was like more cool. He showed his face just like Barbarossa did, and proved, yeah, this is what I look like. But he wasn't pointing fingers.
Well, I see that Teal Deer likes to do interviews with him.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, interviews about things that really have nothing to do with like gender relations. For the most part, they like the both of them think like really deep about a lot of stuff, but they for the most part Thinking Ape, he doesn't really think much about like gender issues.
I'm trying to remember how I got into all this.
Well,
you ever watched the Manhood Academy videos?
Oh boy, I watched like the first videos that he came up with, but the debates, quote unquote, that he does, ugh, I would rather kill myself than listen to those.
Yeah, he tried bashing. Well, he did bash a few of the MRAs and MGTOWs.
He bashes everyone. He just wants to be all big and bad to everybody that he debates with. He doesn't really care about having like a cool debate with anybody. He just wants to insult people. So I'm like, I don't even want to know about this guy. Fuck him.
Well, I know that one girl he got to cry.
See, now that's what we cannot have. Like, we need, if he's gonna if anybody's gonna debate a feminist, what they need to do is have brains. They can't have they can't have insults.
Kind of. I actually have to see that debate that Milo recently had, because it sounded pretty interesting.
See now the way Milo does it, that's how you do it. That's how you debate. You can't have.
I don't know. Even V seems to be able to be civil enough for it.
Yeah, V is a little bit too civil though. I don't like that debate he had with that one feminist bitch that I can't remember the name of.
Where it had like Sargon there too, and he was I think he said he was using it more as like his crash course into critical theory.
Yeah, and didn't really listen to much of that debate because I don't really have the time of day to
some
listen to everything.
Some of those things go on for way too long, and you just have to...
Yeah, it's just too long for me.
I mean, even the people I like, I'm not sure I care enough to listen to 4 hours of their opinion.
Yeah.
Paul Leland made a debate about how men's issues should not be a left-right ish kind of thing. He debated somebody whose name I forgot, and the debate was so boring. It was they were civil with each other, but the debate itself was boring as fuck.
That's why I like Maddox's podcast, Biggest Problem in the Universe.
I actually haven't listened to it. I used to read his website, and I've watched some of his YouTube videos, but I've never seen the podcast.
The podcasts, I love them. They're the only ones that I consistently watch.
Maddox, who's that?
His podcast is on a website called Biggest Problem in the Universe. He's the OG, internet blogger, reactionary stuff.
Yeah, he was bitching about feminism 20 years ago. Well, yeah. I might be exaggerating a bit, but you get the point.
Yeah, well, I remember reading his website when I was at least 10 years ago. I was reading his website, so.
I probably may have to check that out. If he's an anti-feminist, he's pretty much one of us.
If you listen to a podcast, he does the show with a guy called Dick Masterson.
That sounded like one of those joke names that you make prank phone calls with.
You've probably seen him before, just not noticed it. He's on. If you ever saw that talk show video, misogynist men.
Yep.
And this girl goes on there is oh man, he's well, I'll be at the last, or he's so women just line up to have sex with you? He's yeah, that's about right. And he goes, well, I'll be at the end of that list. And he says, well, if you hit the treadmill a little bit more, you might be in the front.
You know what? I know that he's a troll. I don't.
He said that was satire.
Yeah, it's pretty much
that. He is like that, but he said that was satire. He got on that show by lying, pretty much.
That he should do that more often if he's gonna be that crazy.
He does a talk show. It's really good.
I know this one girl that actually thinks that he's real, and she thinks that he's an MRA, and she gets mad. She gets mad at the MRM like me at all the time for not calling him out, and rejecting him from the manosphere. And that's why she keeps bashing the MRM because
Yeah.
this guy
Guys,
exists.
I
Reject them.
I just can't get I can't get behind this terminology.
I want to know what the manosphere is. Do women think that we treat each other like they treat each other? Like we just exclude each other just by like hive mind mentality?
Well, the manosphere is like the collection of like all the things that have to do with men. Like there's the there's the men's rights movement, there's men going their own way, there's pickup artistry, there's traditionalism, I would say there's Gamergate, because
I would say
Gamergate-
women perpetuate traditionalism more than men.
yeah.
Who's those guys that were basically they came up? I think they were a more recent thing where they seemed to be like an Uber version of like pickup artists or something.
Oh,
Like
man.
they want to
The red pill?
no,
Oh
like they
God!
no, not red pill. It was
Fucking.
I think it's basically they reject all of the social movements and reject the idea of male victimization,
Neo-masculinity?
and they're basically like looking. They're looking to be just really. They're very selective of, or they put themselves to a high standard, and they're very selective of whoever they want to date.
I mean, isn't that just having standards in general? I
Yeah.
guess I'm a bit confused why
I
people
forgot what it was.
think that like they need movements for these type of things. Like, can't you just be a person that has values and that's enough?
That's what I feel like with some of these genders that they come up with.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they want to say on one hand like, oh, men and women, they're different, but here we are, like we have like 56 different genders just to describe minuscule differences between people.
56.
Like,
But
I
yeah.
suppose that I could. Truth be told, I don't really have the biggest sex drive.
Yeah.
I have other things that interest me.
Apparently, you are asexual then.
Yeah, I don't get it really.
Jesus.
I met a guy.
I just have different interests.
I met a guy in my college class. He was a high school student taking college class with a couple other high school students, and this guy was all over this girl's dick the whole time, metaphorically, because she doesn't have a dick. But he was
That you
shifting
know
her
of.
around. That I know of. But okay, whatever. She was a woman, but he was all over her this whole time. I've been like, dude. One time I saw him away from her. I was like, so you can ask her out? As like an older guy telling like a high school kid, you might want to ask her out. He's like, no, I'm asexual. I'm like, no. If you're asexual, I'm fucking Freddy Krueger. There's no way you are all over a girl that hard and not interested in hitting that.
Well, even if he wasn't asexual and he did ask her out, I wouldn't like his chances.
No, he wouldn't have any, but it's still high school.
Yeah,
High school
well,
girls are as stupid as high school boys.
nah, I don't even know about that. Like, a lot of, if you're like too up on a girl, then she's gonna see you as a friend and shit. So that's pretty much something you gotta avoid at all costs. If she calls you a friend, run as far as you can.
I don't ever run away from that. You know what I do?
Why?
It's just as effective. I treat them like a friend. If they
Oh.
call me at
Wow,
2 o'clock,
crazy. That's
if they call me at 2 o'clock in the morning, I hang up. If they text me, I put my phone on silent. If they wonder why I didn't text them, I'm like, because we're friends. You're not
Right.
sucking my dick. You don't get any special privilege from the rest of my friends. That's it. And that's how it goes. I've had a lot of girls fucking go apeshit on me. I had a girl fucking call the cops on me because she was texting me at midnight and told her to stop.
and that warrants calling the police.
Well, she kept on texting me, and I was like, please stop. If you don't want a relation, that's fine. But she was like, if you text me one more time, I'm gonna call the cops. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna text her. It's like, because she kept on saying, stop texting me. I was like, okay, I won't. Just please don't text me at 2 o'clock in the morning. Like, I kept on putting my last word, I guess. But it was just flip her out. That I was like, I'll treat you like a friend. Just don't text me after a certain time. I would do the same thing to a guy. And that's the easiest way. If she's a cool person, if she's cool with that, you have a cool friend. If she's not, you don't ever have to deal with her again. It's
Yeah.
also a win-win.
That's kind of why I pretty much like um ditched this quote unquote girlfriend I had, that she would always want to talk to me in the middle of the night while I'm sleeping, and I'm like, you're not treating me the way I wanted to be treated. You're not you're not reciprocating my affection that I have for you, so I'm not. So fuck it. I don't want to. I don't want to deal with you anymore.
I mean,
So,
it's not a hard concept. Friend zone is not a bad thing. It's just what women ask for from a friend zone is what men don't like. So you just don't let them have it.
yeah, just give them the friend zone. Just treat them like a friend. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good idea.
It's like it's kind of like the thing that they accuse us of with the non-committance thing, but they put a name on it.
It's like
Well, welcome to 2015. Everything has to have a label. So
Ugh.
I don't know. That's been my policy ever since I got my ever since my engagement got called off. I was like, look, I don't have time to do friendship thing with more commitment than a friendship should have. So like, I'm too old for this shit.
me too. But I'm pretty much like still in that MGTOW mentality, in that I'll never get married or have kids. Really, it's because I don't want to get divorced.
Yeah,
Because divorce is
very.
yeah, that's what I don't want to experience for anything.
Really, my biggest thing with MGTOW is that I'm really against black and white. Nothing's ever black and white, and that's the same reason why I dislike feminism, is because everything's black and white as long as it's convenient.
or
Yeah.
it's always bad as long as it comes from the so-called enemy.
Yeah, like have you ever heard of the horseshoe theory?
Yeah,
Yeah, just
I
imagine.
totally believe in that thing.
Yeah, just imagine feminism and MGTOW at the ends of that horseshoe. That's what they look like to a T, because the horseshoe theory is when two opposing parties, to the extremes of two opposing parties, like the extreme left and the extreme right, they look more close to each other than they do like
Is it basically like political? Is MGTOW? Would you say it's like opposite is the political lesbian thing?
I not to a T, because like people always joke a lot like there are like all like MGTOWs are gays or something like that.
I wouldn't. I wasn't gonna think of it that far, but I meant like the base idea of like totally cutting yourself off from
From
the
women.
opposite sex.
Yeah, that's pretty much like
Oh, is it kind of like the philosophy? There was like, love is not the exact opposite of hate, because they're both really strong emotions. So the opposite of those emotions would be the absence of emotion.
Yeah, there's middle grounds here, whether people want to admit it or not.
I actually remember this post by Spider Girl. If you guys have seen her around,
no.
She sounds familiar.
she's on. She's one of the pro gamer gators on Tumblr.
Oh, I don't go on Tumblr.
I don't go on
She's,
Tumblr
she
either.
was basically made a post chastising political lesbians because they're not real lesbians, so they end up hurting any real lesbian that they come into a relationship with.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Because I think there's a lot of girls that they just don't want to be like they essentially got too hurt too many times by guys, or so they say. In reality, it's probably their own doing. But I've seen a lot of girls that they date guys after guys, and eventually they get with a girl, and it's like you're probably only with that girl just because you've dated all these guys that you don't like. So I'm like, and I think that's my ex-girlfriend. I don't know for sure, but she has pictures of herself with this other girl. I'm not too sure if she's hooked up with her, but it's probably because all these guys, including myself, have like quote unquote hurt her when it's actually her own doing, that she actually caused them to hurt her in a way, like she did to me.
Well, there was a Facebook post I saw that was like an article, and this girl was calling out her ex-boyfriend for cheating on her,
Yeah.
and like all these people were giving him a hard time, but he set the record straight because he said he like rebutted, saying, "Hey, you're the one that cheated on me with
Oh, I saw
so-and-so,
this.
my best friend, and we've been broken up for months now. You just cannot grow up and afford your own place, so you're living in the same place as me. And yes, I am seeing another girl."
I saw
I'm not
that.
sure.
I saw
Yeah.
that. That was messed up.
I thought that was
should-
perfect.
I should have seen that. Now I'm curious. Because that's actually the case with a lot of couples that break up. Like there are these girls that are just so upset with their exes that they can't just let it go, let it be anymore. I don't want to say let it go because I hate that song. But they just can't let it be, and they just do whatever it takes to just continue to assault. Not literally, but like figuratively assault this guy when he's not even there in the picture anymore. That was like this one friend that I had. She would do whatever it takes to like talk about her ex, like that she broke up with years ago, and she would just continuously talk about that guy. And chances are is that it was her that probably did something wrong to him, because she is pretty like feisty and she likes to fight all the time. So I'm pretty sure that it's actually her that actually like planted the seeds of like their bad blood between the two.
I had my brother had his breakup, although it wasn't nearly that bad. It's just his situation was they'd been barely together a year, and she wanted to tie the knot, and he wasn't ready. So after being badgered about it enough, he finally broke off, and then for a good month until my parents talked to her, she was texting him a lot, and he was just kind of like in a state.
Well, apparently a girl I used to see got married a couple weeks ago, and like she talked to my mom because this is out in Tennessee and I don't live anywhere near there anymore. And like apparently like she kept on asking my mom if I've said anything about her.
Oh, jeez.
And so like I'm like, this thirsty bitch, she gets married to a guy, and the first thing she can do after talking to my mom, who helped raise her, is see if I'm jealous.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
See,
Yes, huh?
she wants you to be
She's
jealous.
cool. She's cool. I'm not upset. She's cool. I'm happy for her. I just thought it was funny that the first thing she says to my mom is, "So has Zane said anything about this?"
Is this kind of like was it probably her more being awkward or something, or?
I'm guessing. I don't think she meant anything by it. I just thought it was funny.
Nah, I think she wanted you to be jealous because
Yeah, the whole reason she got married was clearly
Yeah.
Well, it's not reading
giant
too
conspiracy just to piss you off.
I know. Fuck.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's a lot of girls these days.
But I'm happy for her.
It's like
I
one giant microaggression.
haven't seen her in years, so I'm happy for her, honestly.
Actually, let's see. Oh, did you guys see any guys see Sargon's video on microaggressions today?
A little bit. It was a
Nah.
little bit too long for me.
Yeah, a lot of his videos are too long, so I'm like,
I don't know.
nope.
I usually just look for a lot of this stuff as white noise, anyways.
Yeah, it's definitely good to sleep too sometimes.
What
I
I
should put on Star Trek though.
basically what I learned from this is microaggressions is pretty much it's like just conspiracy theory, paranoia given a name.
Yeah,
It's
'cause,
basically-
like, I can't prove that you actually doing this aggression to me, but
It even goes to the point where neither party can know if there's an aggression.
well, it seems more like my feelings of what I think your feelings are upsetting me. So not only is it you hurt my feelings, my thought of your feelings hurt my feelings.
It's just paranoia of what reading too far into everything. Actually, I think my favorite thing was you guys ever see a guy called Skeptor?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's one of my favorites.
He had that one really good thing, which was like a good takedown on all of this, pretty much, where he starts off with the microaggressions and he worked his way up to the safe spaces.
Yeah.
Basically, he went into what was behind the microaggressions and how it led to this and that, and eventually we end up with safe spaces as the top of this political squelching.
I had to check that
Yeah.
out.
Skeptor is awesome.
I think it was like it was like the I'm just forgetting terms today. The politically correct virus or something.
I guess. Yeah, I gotta see that video. I don't recall whatever it is that you're saying there. So I gotta see it. But
It's basically like it's like a little chronicle of how things came to be.
Yeah, this girl has got to be it.
I forget how I forget how I got on I forget how I got into GG. I think part of it was just I'm naturally attracted to controversies.
Oh yeah.
Well, I just obviously I heard about it the most popular way through the whole
Monday.
Internet Aristocrat video and Monday
Yeah.
Matt
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah,
And
me
then
too.
I forget what I heard first, but I ended up watching things develop for about 3 months and then jumping in.
but honestly,
Yeah.
it wasn't really too much of a surprise. I mean, I knew about Kotaku before that situation, and I always thought they were kind of retarded with all the stuff they would publish.
I already had moved on from journalist sites. I was getting my news from Game Explain and Game Chap, although I don't know, Game Chap's kind of gone downhill.
I actually didn't even have a source. I just kind of, heard about games from people, so.
Hmm.
I don't know. Game Chap, they have this British persona. Like they were if you watch TV, you might have actually seen them because they were part of one of the Wings of Icarus videos, as I believe, if I remember correctly.
I guess.
The thing is that they were a Minecraft primarily, but eventually it became more about whatever fan servicey thing they liked, even though they're still keeping up their British persona or like a British gentleman persona.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, all
I
right.
don't really know.
Well, it's getting pretty late, and we've been going at this for like hours now, so
Yeah,
I'm probably gonna have to pull the plug on this little get together, but it's been a good time, and we'll have to do it again
Yeah.
sometime.
We're going on 4 hours.
Yeah, I gotta get work tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you around Scratch.
Okay,
We'll do. See you later. Thanks for dropping by, everybody.
later.
You
Take
should,
care.
you should hit up the GG tag Scratch. We got a lot of dank memes.
I
I'll
agree.
have to take a look. All right. See you guys later.
See ya.
Later.